Hello, everyone. Welcome back to MyFunded TV, the show brought to you by MyFundedFutures, the trustworthy, transparent prop firm. We are ready to rock and roll. We are ready to cook today. If you have not yet liked the stream, give it a like. If you have not yet shared the stream, give it a share, as we are rocking and rolling. Today, we're going to talk to Terry and Barbie. We're going to look at the charts for ES and NQ. We're going to get the levels. We're going to talk about any trades as they happen live on the show. We're going to deliver you the most interesting chart of the day. Every day, we bring you the most interesting chart of the day. It's going to be an asset you're not thinking of, so stay tuned for that. We're going to cover the open, and we might have some very special guests today as well. We're in terms of giveaways. And for those of you who are here early, fill in your fellow chatters when they bombard me with questions. We're going to do 3 larger giveaways. We're going to do 2 randomized giveaways with winners. We're going to do 1 that's based on user-generated content. So we have 6 giveaways ready to rock and roll over the next 4 hours here. So let's get cooking. Before that, I want to get our fingers warmed up and get a little bit of audience participation. First things first, I want to get, where's everybody from? Will you put in the chat where you are all from? We haven't asked that for quite a while. States, countries, whatever it is. I see Canada, Germany, Texas, New York, Singapore, India, Italy. All right, that's a lot. London, Rhode Island, Ivory Coast. I think it's the first time I've seen Ivory Coast. Morocco, Louisiana, Brazil, Australia, Poland, Argentina. Somebody coming to us from the South Pole. All right, that's a nice little warm-up there. I want to ask one more warm-up. What asset is the primary asset that you trade? Could be future, it could be stocks, it could be options. What is the primary asset that you trade? And I know we can do this with a poll, but again, the idea is let's get the fingers warmed up. A lot of NQ, some ES in there. Does anybody also trade stocks? If you trade stocks, let us know as well. We don't really cover stocks. But if you trade stocks, I'm curious. So a lot of no's, a couple yeses, some NVIDIA. That's sort of like trading NQ, but even more intense. All right. And last, do we want to see some wedding pictures later in the show? Last question that I'll ask. See some yeses, yes. All right, we might have to do that too. But before that, let's dive into it. Let's look at some charts. Let's get some levels. Let's get some idea flow cooking. So again, we don't do this just to amuse ourselves. We do this for you all. So I'd like to welcome our friends, Miss Bull Barbie, Miss Terry Trades, onto the stream with us. What's going on, guys?
Good morning. How does it feel to be married?
It's pretty cool.
You do look different today.
I look different?
Yes, there's a glow about you today.
It was a pretty magical weekend.
Yay.
Do you have
I
pictures?
can't wait for the pics. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have pics. We'll do them before the open when we need to after levels. How about that?
Okay.
Sounds good.
I'll make a special little folder for you all.
Give a little levels. We'll get a little pics. Okay. I got it.
Trade.
Incentives.
Trade.
Yeah, I have not taken a trade yet this morning. Barbie, you?
Nope. I'm waiting. I'm not a big Monday morning trader anyway. I like to kind of wait and get in my groove because I'm resetting from having a really fun weekend too. Not that I got married, anything that exciting, but I do like to work hard, play hard. So it's time to get back into work mode. And yeah, I like to kind of ease into the Mondays. So no pressure.
Yeah, and sometimes Mondays can be tricky just like Fridays, it seems like.
Yeah. I tend to take off early on Fridays, come in a little slow on Mondays, but I don't hate that. Who wouldn't love that as part of their job, right?
Exactly. What are you thinking for ES today?
Well, I was taking a look. It does look like it could end up being a little bit choppy today. So I did my levels on ES like usual. I saw a lot of NQs, so we'll kind of. I mean, the market's doing kind of the same thing, so we'll take a look at both, even though I prepared the ES. But taking a look at the daily, y'all are gonna get tired of me saying this. We're still in this little zone here. But another way to look at this is the market's feeling really balanced right now. There's not been a lot of reason to make a big move. The market's kind of content. We are making a slight move lower, though, so I'm kind of watching that. I always kind of think of the market as taking these breaths. So it's like we had an inhale here and an exhale here and an inhale here, and then we're kind of doing an exhale. So I'm kind of looking at what could potentially come next. And I should have this up. Let me see. Yeah, there's our data for the week. I always like to take, especially on a Monday morning, everything that's going to be happening that week into part of the context. And we do have some things coming today at 10 o'clock. We have the PMI, and then we have Powell later today. But we've got red folder news every week. So there's definitely potential for volatility. We are kind of like hanging around in this little zone over here. But all this stuff could potentially break us out. So I'm definitely watching for that. However, we'll go into kind of today at what I'm looking at. Let's do this. Since I have this chart crazy marked up and I don't have the NASDAQ chart marked up, I'll do it like this so we can kind of compare the candles. But so yeah, what I was saying is like right now we're kind of balanced. And if you zoom out, you can kind of see there has been a lot of trading in this area, like right through here. And we tested higher and came back down. But this is kind of a comfort area for the market right now that we're in. So that's why like normally that leads to chop. Because we have such wide ranges these days, we can still get something nice on it. So what I'm kind of looking at, we're in this zone right now, and I did post in the Discord because we've got a little bit of a gap setup coming. This isn't super clean, but I'll go ahead and show it to you. I'll show it to you on NASDAQ, but it's good. It's the same setup on ES. But so this is the overnight gap that we have. Let me see if I can make that a better color. That wasn't it. There we go. So we could potentially still go into this gap and close it. I think whether we test higher or lower, this is still going to be a magnetic area. So I pulled the levels out for you there on the NASDAQ. 21,369, 21,31375 is where that gap is. So let me kind of bring that back into context on the ES chart here. So what I'm wondering is, do we come up here and test that gap zone, which on ES is around this 13 area? And if so, then what? Because we do have a trend line there. We have a zone there. There's a lot of reason for price to at least initially get shot down here, or if it breaks out, have a powerful move. So if it comes back lower, because that is kind of the mode that we're in, we're very flat general, but we've got a very slight like downward lean. If we do kind of test that up and continue that downward lean, the first target we have, I thought I had this marked, it might be on a different chart, but we have this pre-market low here. So that would be the first thing. If we're not going to come up, especially if we don't fill the gap, that's the first thing I'd be looking for, is that pre-market low. So on ES, it's 58, 67.50. And on the NASDAQ, it's 21,163. And then below that, this is why I'm really kind of watching this area down here. Below that, we have some single prints open. I didn't look to go see if they're still open on NASDAQ. They probably might be, though. So the single prints is basically an inefficiency in the market on the higher time frame charts. And that's going down to 58.4375. That's one of those areas where the market would want to kind of fill in and make sure that all of the orders and there's completion, everything's happy and filled. Beyond that, I've got this other level down here. The 58.21 has been kind of a major magnet we keep visiting. So if the market wants to come lower, that's another level down there that I'm watching. So the upside, I'm going to be watching this pre-market high, which I must have marked on a different chart again because it's not here. So that's at 5909.25. But again, that's right by that gap level too. So I think if we challenge that high, it's real easy to target the gap up here.
Mhm.
So on NASDAQ, we can mark that as well. Where was it? Up here. 21,348.50. So that's that pre-market high. If we start breaching that, that's when I'm really going to be watching the high from Friday, which I swear I marked these and didn't copy them over. And so that's at 59.32. And then over here, we're at 21,432. That's when we could start kind of breaking up and start working back up through some of these other levels. We have a major zone up here above 59.50. And I'm just kind of, in my brain, it's the 59.50s because there's I labeled it swing high party zone because if you zoom out, it's like the hourly and the higher time frames, there's a ton of little swing highs there. So that there's going to be orders sitting there.
Mhm.
So that's kind of the main zone I'm watching above. But then beyond that, the big target is going to be 6,000. There's things to deal with on the way up, but 6,000 is the big bull target still for the week. So watching that one.
And anything could happen.
Anything could happen. We're really in that spot where it could go either way for sure.
Yeah, it does. I definitely see the balanced market too. I'm wondering if when I put on the 5-minute orb, if it'll break to the upside. I'm kind of hoping because I see that gap fill too.
Yeah.
I always feel kind of squeamish when we're in the red and then it breaks to the upside, but
that's why I always I try to look back at the stats and everything. I got a lot of the questions I got over my video was like, well, but what if this, and what if I'm just not comfortable? What if this? But when we're doing a systematic trade, that's the beauty, that it just comes down to the numbers. Mm-hmm. So we could, I'm seeing a kind of choppy scenario, but I do have in the back of my mind, like anything can happen. And it can be one of those situations where it just goes up and tags our little orb and then goes back down and we make a little money before another move too. But
yeah. And your 15-minute orb's been doing really well in your video.
It has been doing really well. I was actually, somebody in the Discord traded it on gold and I went and took a look and I had a really nice trade on gold. So there's other assets we can trade it on as well.
Yes, that would be fun to see on gold. You guys, let's set our first bounty. It is Monday. Let's be ambitious. What do you think? We're close to, we're at about 450. Let's go for 800 today. Can we do it? First bounty. So 800 views, you guys. Yes, I see. Woohoo!
I think we can.
Yes.
Y'all are in Discords. Share the link. I shared the link. Y'all can share the link. Everybody share the link.
Share the link. Let all your friends, family, everyone you know. And let's get it up to 800. We have some really good giveaways today.
Y'all can do it.
So it is 8:18. And market is still just kind of chopping around VWAP, negative 111 points on NQ. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Powell's any comments help move the market.
Yeah, I actually don't even know what he's talking about earlier. I wasn't expecting that one to come up. So let's see. He's delivering marks at the Federal Reserve Board of Governors in Washington. So he's talking to finance people. He might say something interesting. A lot of times he's talking to colleges and things, and then, it's more inspirational, but.
Mm-hmm. But you never know, because I've been in a trade before and he was just doing just a chat and then all of a sudden one little sentence. Yeah. And
that is really important. Like that's a good point to kind of emphasize right now. You don't know what's going to happen. So we're talking about odds and probabilities and likelihood, but we don't know. We're basing all of this on likeness. That's why perfectionism is kind of hard in this, because you can do everything right and not get rewarded. So that's when you have to zoom out and think about the probabilities over the big time.
Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest things is zooming out, that it's not just this one trade. and it's not like you're a good or a bad trader based on this one trade. It's just zooming out, big picture. It's easy
I had
to
the hardest time with that. Like I kept thinking, oh, I'll zoom out to the 5-minute chart. That's what they're talking about. No. That's not where it is.
Yeah. So are you thinking with the 15-minute orb, you'll just keep putting it on every day and forward
That's
test
the
it?
idea is keep doing it. So yeah. And I had some comments on the stop being really wide, and I disagreed with a lot of people because we can take this in micro. So if this is another point to make kind of on the orb. If there's a really big, I have a stop loss video too, so y'all should go watch that one. But if there's a really big stop loss on a good trade, that's when I size down, or you can skip it. But micros are there for a reason, and we should take advantage of them because we don't have billion-dollar accounts that we're dealing with, and there's no shame in micros. I mean, one NASDAQ micro, what's the notional value on NASDAQ these days? I mean,
It's
one
20.
micro is still, $40,000. So
40 plus. I'm going to do some math for us right now. Okay, here
even
we
a
go.
micro is big ballin', okay?
$42,542. The notional value of just one micro.
So keep that in mind. They're letting us trade it with $100, but it's worth over 40,000.
It's wild. Like when we think about the actual sizes we're trading.
I think we lose perspective of that. Like, think about when you're like trying to trade forward on Robinhood and like, how do I make money on this? I'd have to buy $1 million of it. And now we're in futures thinking, oh, that's not enough. So
exactly. Yeah, I've seen that with I will put on a micro and the account is 150K account, and it's like, well, that doesn't seem like it's enough, but really it kind of is if we're taking a percentage of the drawdown. Yeah. And it takes a lot of patience, I think, which I struggle with, definitely. Why I full port.
I was surprised at how many people it didn't occur to them to just move out of NQ and go down to MNQ, because if there's a good trade with a high win rate,
okay, we have 8 minutes before the market opens up, and we're still just kind of chopping around. We're still sitting above VWAP. We've been chopping around VWAP, kind of above it a little bit for the last since 6:10 Central Time. So this is kind of looking like we can possibly go up higher, is what I'm seeing. I mean, anything can happen at the open, and it's Monday. I'm kind of thinking we might break to the upside because it's Monday.
I do like that little gap fill thing. And so, the way I'm looking at it is like, let's see if we get that gap fill and then see if it's going to challenge the pre-market high or not. Or, I mean, obviously we're going to challenge the pre-market high, the highs from before that or not.
Oh, right. Oh, from yesterday or just the pre-market right here?
Well, yeah. So we've got the high from Friday. That's what it is.
I'm sorry, not yesterday, Friday.
Yeah. It's Monday morning. So that's a 59.32.
Okay. Yeah, this looks.
I mean, we tested higher, but that was immediately rejected on Friday. So that would be a place to go retest again.
Yeah, I heard Tom Hogarth said on Friday, if we don't make a new high based on Thursday's high, the statistics in YM of Monday being a red day, ending as a red day is very high, which I thought is super interesting. I've been paying attention.
I don't know where they get those statistics. It's like,
he said,
is it causation or correlation? I always wonder.
Yeah, I think he back tested it himself, like by hand, a ton of days, like a few years or something. Yeah. He's intense. I don't know.
Well, he has so much experience in the market. He has all the numbers to back it up. But yeah, his statistics are really cool, but I don't know how he comes up with all of these.
Right? It's so interesting. So he is the author of The Best Loser Wins, correct? That's
Yes.
Yeah. And that's one of your favorite books?
It's one of my favorite trading books. Yeah. I also I just like accidentally ended up in his group as a new trader, and of course everything that he was saying was really overwhelming and I couldn't follow his trades. But I really liked the mindset that he had because it was so different than everybody else's. So
he has
yeah,
some great videos out. Like he calls himself a high stakes trader.
oh yeah, I've always said he has the best gain porn and loss porn because he does. Like he I mean, imagine being full port Terry, but you've got millions of dollars. So that's what he's doing over there.
One day I'll be like
We'll
him.
get you there.
Yeah, thank you.
He's been at it a while. So,
Yeah.
but I think kind of what I got out of that is there's all of what the generic trading information is online, and he has a different way of thinking, and that's what that's the kind of eye-opening stuff. Even though I don't really follow his trades or strategies, they didn't really speak to me that much. What did speak to me was his mental game. So
yeah, and it seems like that's the biggest part of the game. So at first it's just learning the basics, and then everything is like in between our ears. Like, why is it that so many people don't find consistency and profitability when it's like, okay, if markets are random, why is it that that number is so high? And it seems like it's just a psychology, human psychology.
yeah.
All right. How are we doing with the bounty, you guys? Oh my God, we're doing awesome.
We're there.
1.2. All right, let's drop our first giveaway whenever. Everyone pay attention. We don't know when it's going to happen. It'll just drop. And we are giving away 25 accounts, 50K starter plus. So thanks you guys for pumping up those numbers. You guys are awesome. Thank you for making our Monday so great. It's a good Monday. All right, 3 minutes. Market will be opening in less than 3 minutes. And I am going to get ready.
I don't know if we have an official poll, but what's chat thinking? You can type it, and if we don't have a poll, if you think we're gonna go bullish or bearish or really choppy, let us know. Because we are getting close. Yeah, 2.5 minutes or so.
Yes, we are getting close. Yes, still sitting above VWAP.
I don't even have VWAP on this chart.
What?
There we go. I was on my wrong chart. I restarted everything because I think that's a good thing to do on Mondays. And yeah, I'm going to turn stuff back on.
Start fresh. All right, less than 2 minutes. We are pushing higher. I like this. Okay, you guys, if I really want the 5-minute orb to break on the upside, do I have control? No. If only. Yeah, right? Maybe if I, oh my God, the code just dropped. 25 accounts, 50K, started plus. Magic.
I was letting the ones really pay attention get a head start on that one.
Let us know if you guys got it.
These usually go in like 1 second, y'all.
Yeah, they do go fast.
So we'll have some more in a little bit, and we're spreading it out like last time, where you can. We're going to do different styles of giveaways. So we see you guys with your fast fingers. We see you guys with your good luck. We're getting it all. Good engagement.
Okay, less than 1 minute.
Yep.
Here we go. It's looking like
I'm watching
higher.
Yeah, the VIX is kind of, as long as the VIX keeps moving down away from 20, I like that move too. So I'm watching that.
Is the VIX coming down right now a little bit?
Yeah, it's turning down a little bit. Let me see if I can pull one up that has that on there. Let's go to this one. So it does have a little bit of, the VIX has a gap fill too. So
oh, that's cool.
The gap fill, because the VIX would be filling the gap lower.
Gap fill Mondays. Oh, here we go. Market is open. We're pushing higher.
Yeah.
Look at that.
First one green. Let's see what happens.
Looks like it does want to close this gap. We're negative about 69 points in NQ.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pushing.
And yeah, the NQ is pushing kind of hard, actually.
Man, Ooh. I wanted this.
But you guys, this
me.
This is where you can wait. I know it feels like FOMO. It feels like FOMO, but this is chaos.
Yeah.
Do you want to go into chaos, or you want to go into a good time?
Oh, is there a thing as a good time with chaos?
Sometimes, but it's less reliable.
Yeah.
So
all right, it's still pushing higher. Nice, pretty green candle we got there. Barbie, do you ever look at volume of the first 5 minutes compared to other days to kind of give you an indication?
Oh, that's kind of hard to look at, but I will try. I think it's hard on a 5-minute chart. It's a little bit easier on a 15-minute chart, but I will kind of see, and I just know, I'll once we get that first 5-minute candle, I'll kind of hover over it. Do we have 60K on ES or 15K? 15K would be pretty bad. So I do kind of pay attention to that a little bit. But the first candle I think is the hardest to judge by, because that's literally just, any orders that we're waiting are getting filled right now.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another reason to kind of wait for the first one to. I like to wait for everything to settle out a little bit.
Yeah.
And you can't feel FOMO when you see these big candles coming in. But the way I've always looked at it is I want the most reliable setups and not every setup. I have to filter that to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
And otherwise, I'm not good at trading the first candle, so.
Right. Otherwise, you're in the market all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think for a lot of beginners, that seems to be the norm. Oh my gosh, you guys, it's already pushing almost unchanged. FOMO. I have such FOMO right now. It's not even funny. Oh, that sucks. That's okay.
That happens though.
It does
but the way I look at it is like there's always opportunity. And I think that the reason that's harder for new traders to see is you don't have the experience of just seeing things hit over and over and over, and that you will get what you need eventually. So
yeah.
Plus, like the more you build up your playbook, so we're like really focused on the orb right now. But if you have like 4 or 5 really reliable setups that you've perfected to that extent, it gets a lot more relaxing. So that's what we're talking about when trading gets easier over time. It's just you build all of that confidence in your plays and your setups. And
yeah,
yes, I wish I was printing on this candle, but
wow, look at that.
Who did get it?
Yeah, did anyone make money?
Expert. Yay.
Awesome. So this is not ideal when I look at this.
It's not ideal for the 5-minute orb, is it?
No, it's not. But it's pushing, so and we have to stick with the system. Like I think this 5-minute orb for me is
if you tested it
practice.
Yeah.
Just like good practice with sticking with discipline and sticking with the system. It is something that I've been struggling to do, is to stick with just like one.
And it's also hard because you have good instincts, so you get rewarded for your discretionary trading. But I think that there's room for both. Yeah.
And like I get my ass handed to me sometimes with like discretionary trading. And that's why I'm like, okay, I need to try and be more systematic, because you can get into so much trouble. Like you get rewarded for having good instincts, but sometimes your instincts are just totally off. And so it's like, how do you know? Is it you? Is it the market? Like, is it you're just terrible at it? But like with the system, yeah, you can fall back on that and look at the numbers. And then it's not, you can say, okay, the system isn't working, versus beating yourself up about it.
So that gap fill is complete on both NASDAQ and ES.
All right.
I did put that in the VIP in my Discord, by the way. Somebody got that. Who got that? Actually, I put it in both channels, didn't I? I don't know. Y'all should have that.
This is a super big candle. Okay, less than 1 minute.
This this is where I want to watch and see what's going on. I'm on the hourly now. Let me get back down. This is where I want to watch and see kind of what happens in this zone up here. So we're hitting a magic level on the NASDAQ too. So this is definitely there's orders here. That's why we're hitting the brakes a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where we see, are we going to challenge the highs from Friday, or are we going to get slammed back down? We'll see.
So this would be a good setup as far as if the 5 fails and then the 15 is in the opposite. I'm so curious about that statistic. Like,
yeah, I haven't run that one, but
yeah, I'll have to work on that and just back test it and see. Okay, so I have my long order in at 420. How random.
Ooh, good number.
I just threw it on. I eyeball it. Yeah, it's still looking green. That second candle. Oh, we might come slamming down here.
Well, we knew there were going to be orders here, so we can still wait and see, because you've got a stop loss on there that's built on statistics too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully.
Yep.
Testing
yeah, on the other side of the candle.
So, yeah, so it's in the right spot.
Yep. Just wait.
I was thinking for education later we could have a little stop loss discussion.
I would love that.
I noticed in my comments there's a lot of different ideas about how stop losses work, and I had some ideas about that. I want to hear what yours are too.
Yes, I would love that. Stop losses, so important. I've learned the hard way many times until this last time. Sometimes it takes many times of touching the hot stove, and then you're like, all right, fine, I will change that. Yeah, I learned my lesson on an overnight
I don't
trade.
know. Like, did you come into this like as a kind of stubborn person? Because I did. Like that's self-improvement that I've had to deal with, is to not be so stubborn. I think I've learned to be wrong a lot more gracefully than I was, like all that perfectionist and stubbornness. But I can admit that I'm wrong based on numbers on a chart now, which was a skill that I did not have before.
To accept it. Like, okay, I'm wrong.
And it's like at this point, yep, that was not the right idea.
Yeah. So it take me in long, you guys. So we'll see what happens. I'm going to pull the stop all the way onto the other side of this candle, get rid of the other order. And
yeah, show Cherry's screen. She's got the trade on.
Yeah, I just hopped in this. Okay, so I'm just eyeballing this for about 1-to-1, a little less. Yeah, it tagged me in at 420. 420.
It's a big candle.
It is.
420 on a Monday morning. Why not?
Why not? Let's get the party started. So our take profit is at 551. Maybe we get there. This first candle was a really big opening drive candle.
I will tell you, I actually kind of like the 5-minute orb today because it has a little bit more time before that 10 a.m. news.
Mm-hmm.
So what I haven't done, because it's hard and you have to do it kind of manually, is try to filter the strategy out by news days. But we have news a lot of days, so I still run it.
And that's how you optimize, right? Like your strategy.
Yeah. And I like to optimize with programs so I can do it really fast because I'm impatient. So I spend the time to write a program so that I can test everything quickly. And that's what I haven't finished right now. That's what I'm working on. Because that was part of my goal with this whole orb thing too, is to step y'all through the idea of developing a strategy and then all the things that you can do. So yeah, that's what I'm doing right now on it. And I've done that on other strategies as well, but I haven't ever explained the whole process. So now that I've done it a few times, I'm trying to explain it.
You're so good at explaining different things, Barbie. Like your videos are very full of helpful information, and you explain things in a clear, easy, concise way. And it's not like you're trying to make things complicated, which I really appreciate. Simple.
Okay.
I need things to be simple.
I do too,
Yeah.
though. That's the thing is I watched like videos I could not understand just because they were like trying to use big words. But
Yeah. That's not my favorite. When people use really, really big words just to use them. When they know that I probably don't know what some of those words mean. Oh, bummer. It's starting to come back. We'll see what happens. So this stop is all the way down here. And I know that if I wasn't committed to this system, when I see price do this, I would want to exit out of my trade. But I am going to stay in it. And if we take a loss, we take a loss. So the last two trading days that I took this trade, they both won. So it's very possible that this trade might not win, or it might win. We don't know.
well, the way statistics works is you have the same statistic on it every single day, technically. It's when you look at the big picture.
Oh, that's true. Right. It's a fallacy.
Yeah, statistics, if you try to take statistics, it completely screws your whole brain.
Yeah, because there is like statistically, let's say of us winning the next 10, 20 trades, it's possible, but the number goes down. But every single day, it's completely independent, correct?
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are really hitting that volume shelf too on the volume profile charts. We've got a major node up in these. It's where I marked on the 5917. I tried
Let's
to take
share.
that level off. I did. I tried to take the 17 level off, and I ended up adding it back on because there's so much there.
Okay. Should we share your chart? And then you are probably going to hop in your 15-minute orb soon.
Yeah, it's up to y'all. But yeah, just it was this ES 5917. That's why I marked it in red too. It's like I was trying to clean up this zone. And I couldn't get rid of that one. Sure enough, the market sees it too. But there is okay, I'll do this. I'm gonna put this over the NASDAQ real quick, but this is an ES chart. I'm just looking at this top one. So this is the volume profile nodes, and you can see across all these past few days, there's one sitting right there. So that's what we're hitting right now is that big shelf of volume. So we usually look at volume on the time scale, and now we're looking at it on the price scale. But it does make a level. Okay, we do have, or no, we're not. We're 2 minutes away from the 15-minute range.
Do you know what I just realized? I mean, I didn't just realize this, but I had the thought. I am such an emotional trader. I am like, I'm so emotional. I'm feeling these like all these different feelings right now. Like, oh, that's like so much to lose. And can we actually really push all the way up here? All of that. It's all emotions. Like when you actually,
I mean, that's why we do the planning and the research before, is so that we can talk ourselves down when we're in the heat of the moment, because that's what the prep work's for. I mean, I spend probably an hour on the computer and I'm not like engaged the whole time, but getting ready for the week, just figuring out where all the levels are. And then I reset it every day too, to make sure everything's still good. Because that's what helps keep me under control and calm.
So when you say you reset it, meaning you just delete everything off your charts and then you
no, I don't delete them all, but like that's when I will clean things up. So like I said, I was trying to get rid of this 17 level just because I had a lot of levels in this area over here. But yeah, it was too important. So because I like to look at through a few different lenses. So since I've studied volume profile a little bit, and since I've studied market profile a little bit, I can kind of look at things with a few different lenses. So that's what I like to do.
And that's just experience, it sounds like being able to see things.
I try to get people to focus on one strategy at a time, because I think that's the most valuable way to do it. If you become an expert in one trade, then you can reliably make that trade every single time it comes up. And in the meantime, you'll have time to develop the second trade. And so you're still getting a reward while you're doing your studying. And then that's how this starts compounding over time, where you build your playbook and you build your strategies, and then you have a lot of opportunities you can take. We're getting a bull flag right here now too. So I will go ahead and put that order in there. Well,
yeah, I think for me, like with executing this 5-minute orb every day, my goal is really to increase that discipline of just being able to stick to one strategy and just that one, and that's it. Because it's so easy to jump around and chase price, chase news candles.
I will tell you what I've noticed is if I have my playbook of systematic trades and then I go do my discretionary trades after, I'm usually reminded of why I stick to systems for the most part. So
yeah. Do you know what's funny about that? My brain keeps thinking that I'm a better trader than like a system. And really, I don't think I am.
I think that the key is when you have that system and then you can start seeing the other things that you need to see. So I exited this trade early 2 times last week. And the reason was just based on price. We were having price action clues that we were getting some exhaustion. And so that's where I kind of added a discretionary element into it a little bit. But we had like some very classic price action exhaustion and we were in profit. And so that's where my discretionary came in and said, hey, just book it. It's cool.
Yeah.
And I think that that's where there's a really good place for that. And then as far as your entries and your exits and your plan, it's really good to have really strict rules in a system there.
Do you know what was so interesting about our interview with Carly on Friday was when she was talking about the algos, and people like have these algos, institutions have these algos, and a bunch of them don't make money. Also,
Yeah.
like we think, oh, these big players, like they have all the knowledge in the world. They have like, the top engineers, top like people trained in numbers, and they still have systems that lose money.
It's true. And I mean, I can attest to that a little bit too, because I have bots that I program and I've let other people use them without totally understanding. And they thought they just turn it on and walk away. And I'm like, no. You turn it on when the conditions are right.
Yeah. When the market conditions are right.
So yeah, that's why I've pulled back on those, and I'm creating a whole different approach to dealing with those. But yeah, I think that the whole idea of a black box system where you just set it and go enjoy your life is not what people think it is. It's not that simple. Even the people I know that you hire companies to do their automations, they're still babysitting. You still have to babysit it.
Yeah. And because sometimes they take it off depending on the market conditions. Like, and that's discretion.
Right. So like if I want to run a reversal bot, I'm not going to run it when we're short squeezing, because it's going to try to reverse every time the market slows down,
Yeah. Oof. It is 8:48. Should we jump into the chart of the day, Barbie?
Sure, we can do that. And I've brought this one up before, but it was really catching my eye. So I'm watching this guy. I'll let you know if we get anything cool on that. Chart of the day, I pulled gold, and we are at a resistance level on gold right now. It's had a pretty nice rally. I know someone had traded the orb on this, so this was the opening range down in here. Well, I'm on the hourly candle, but this was that opening range, and they caught this nice break. Oh, I meant to take that chart off. I told you we were going to keep an eye on it, and then I left it there. So I am really watching this. Gold could potentially break out. And we've talked about this a lot, where gold is someplace you can put your money if you're not confident in the indexes. So while the indexes are moving lower and not, dramatically right now, but we're mostly flat with a little bit of a bearish lean on the day. And yeah, gold is kind of charging ahead. We are at this resistance right now. There's more resistance overhead. You can see this area right here has hit. It hit in April 4 times, a few times, and then we're back here to start out the month in June. We hit it in May. So above, we still have some more swing highs up here, 34.50, 34.75. Or we could end up rejecting this, and this is kind of a reverse head and shoulders here, but that's played out. So we could end up rejecting this level and getting a move down here as well. So gold is definitely on watch. This is one too that so crude oil has kind of been my stepchild when I need another one to play with, but gold is really catching my eye. This is one I used to run a lot of algos on. Because it can get these big, powerful breakouts. So this is definitely one that I'm going to be watching the orb trade on too. I know a lot of the Discords had success with it, so I want some too.
I want some gold too.
Luke has his silver bars over there.
Luke has silver bars?
He showed, yeah, he's got like actual silver bar. Or bar. I don't know if it's bars. He's an actual silver holder in hand.
Oh, that's so cool.
Silver hands Luke. Not diamond hands yet, but yeah.
I was reading the Market Wizards, and I think it was the original one. And one of the traders said that the market was just crashing. Everyone was so afraid. He went to like the bank and pulled out all the money and then went and bought gold bars and put the gold bars in his coat, and it weighed so much, and walked home with all of that money worth of gold. Yeah, it's when markets crash like that, it gets really scary. People do stuff like that, right? Like when the COVID crash, banks, I remember on the news, it was like, oh my God, are the banks going to be okay? Will there be a run on banks? Like that was a fear, but everything always bounces back. And
we hit the 15-minute orb on ES, and of course I haven't been playing that one.
Oh, that's a bummer. See. But
yeah, NASDAQ made a little push, so it's ES is dumping a little harder here. This is interesting.
That is interesting. Usually it seems like it's the other way around. So is that
what's dumping harder? NASDAQ's the strongest market today. So I don't know if NASDAQ's going to catch up with this weakness, or if we have to have the other 3 markets. Let me go to this chart. They're all mixed up right now. So this is what I was looking at on the other screen. ES and NASDAQ are these two. So NASDAQ's holding the strongest above the pre-market consolidation we had. The Dow's below. This is YM. The Dow is lower. And then Russell is dumping pretty hard. But I'm keeping my eye on these guys. I've talked about this a little bit before, but there can be rotation out of tech and into small caps and vice versa. And tech is kind of hot right now. AI is kind of hot. So we might have that kind of thing going on.
Interesting. So
and
Russell
didn't quite fill its gap, but
yeah. Russell, when I think about the Russell, I think of like risk, higher risk, small caps. Russell, I think if Russell rallies, we're like risk on. If Russell is dumping, I think like overall risk off. Is that kind of how you think about the Russell?
Well, I look at it as tech. So if we're rotating out of NASDAQ, I'm always looking at the impact on tech, since that's kind of the basket. When I'll trade options and stocks, I'm kind of in that tech basket. So I'm just kind of looking at the general relationship of rotations and things, because that happens. Like pharmaceutical stocks have been down. So the healthcare stocks, like that sector is kind of down, but the hedge funds still have in their charters, they have to have that money at work. So that money has been rotated somewhere else, like tech or energies or something like that. So you can kind of see, you can look at the different sectors and see what's strong. And the indexes kind of work that way too, since NASDAQ is tech heavy and Russell is small cap heavy. But the small caps are a little more speculative than the NASDAQ, which is kind of crazy. I mean, we're very speculative trading futures, but
it's hard to imagine being even more risk on with already trading futures. So my 5-minute orb is underwater. We are down about $185.
Well,
Oh, Monday
the
blues.
the negative thing about orb levels is they can also become support and resistance levels. So that
Yeah.
is the danger. Like that's actually where most of the failures come from. It's not necessarily the market ripping the other way. It's the market going flat and not hitting the extensions before it hits the target.
Yeah, this trade isn't looking so good. So if this fails, I feel like your 15 is going to look really good.
Is that the way it works?
I think so. I think I'll be the guinea pig. I'll go on first.
I've still been concerned about chop, so we'll see. But
yeah, it is Monday. We are still down about 52, about 50-ish points. It looks like we just tested VWAP right here. All the VWAP traders love to get long when we come down and do a test. Sometimes they wait for confirmation for a green candle and then they'll hop in and then put the stop below this VWAP. That would be a pretty good setup. Barbie, what are you thinking for education today?
Well, yeah. So I thought we should talk about the stop losses a little bit because so both either of our setups, whether it's the 5-minute or the 15-minute, we're doing a 1-to-1 stop, and a lot of people in the comments were having a big issue with that, and so I wanted to talk about that because okay, there's a couple ways we can look at stop losses, and I want to know how Terry looks at it, but I'm going to show you what I could explain this light bulb moment for me. So we're thinking about where we want the stop to be, where it gives us the least amount of risk, right? That's what y'all are thinking about. I want to put a stop loss on and I want to have the least amount of risk. So if we're doing the 5-minute orb, that's up here. Wait, it helps if I get the actual tool going. And we want to do, 1-to-1. You guys want to have your stops super, super, super close. Let's turn these levels off for a second. The problem with having your stop super, super close, this does give you a small amount of risk. So if your stop hits, it's going to be smaller than your take profit here. The problem is we don't actually want the stop to hit. So if you have a trade that has a high probability of not stopping out when you put your stop where it needs to be, that's what we're after. So I'm not going for a trade that has the smallest stop. I'm going for a trade that has the least likelihood to hit that stop. And the closer I put that stop up here to the trade, the more likely it is to get hit. And I don't want it to get hit. Hitting the stop is bad. So the farther the stop is, the less likely it's going to be hit. And I know that this is hard, and I know it's backwards from the way a lot of people kind of teach this and look at it, but the way I'm looking at it is if my stop way down here is only hitting 20% of the time, then I want it way down here instead of up here where it's going to hit 60% of the time or something like that. So that's why when I say that the numbers don't lie and the math doesn't lie, that's why I like using those numbers and that math, is because that's the way I think about it. So when a lot of people are just thinking R to R, and you're thinking, and I think Terry does this a little bit, but when you're thinking like, where's my target? And then my risk is going to be a 1-to-1 or a 2-to-1 or whatever with that. I really want it based on where the market is less likely to go, which on a 15-minute opening range breakout from my research, if we get the break, we are not likely to hit the other end of that range. And that's why the stop is there. So it's not based on anything arbitrary. It's just literally based on the stats. Then once I know how big this stop is going to be, so this is arbitrary, but I did 18 3/4 points on ES. That is a big stop. Maybe I don't want to take basically a 20-point stop on ES. That's why we have the micros. That's why we have MES. So we can take 2, 3, 4, whatever that math accounts to. That's why I just keep in the back of my head how much the values of points are. So, I can just really quickly know how many I can enter. But there's definitely no shame in micros. So Let me know about your what you think about that, Terry. Did that change your thinking a little bit, or did you like that?
Yeah, I do like that. It does change my thinking. When I heard you say we don't want our that candle.
There it goes.
It just tagged me out.
It tagged me in and you
Monday.
out.
It tagged me out. It tagged you in. Let's call Luke back in. Hey, Luke.
What's up? I'm back.
Welcome back. Wow, I got a little rush on that news headline candle. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, we should have been. We did talk about it. But yeah, it does happen all of a sudden. Sometimes I want little reminders to pop up.
Yeah, so thank goodness I had my stop in. We were just talking about stops.
All right. When I'm back, that means good things are coming. For one, I'm going to put a link in the chat for a randomized giveaway of Starter Plus accounts. Link is going in now. All you need to do is answer one question to help us make this show better for you. Because again, we are not just doing this for ourselves. We are doing this for the community. We want to be the most responsive show out there. MyFundedFutures is a trustworthy and transparent prop firm. We want this show to be the trustworthy and transparent show. So we're asking you, what concept would you most like us to teach about and focus on? So all you have to do is fill out that form, and you'll be entered to win in our randomized giveaway. All right. Form is in there now. Can I take a little break, and can we do a couple wedding pictures?
Yes, please.
Okay.
We've been waiting all weekend. Everyone who showed up to send you off to your wedding ceremony. That was super fun. Thank you for inviting us, Luke.
Yeah, thank you to everyone for coming on, joining that stream. That was a lot of fun. My groomsmen thought I was crazy. They're like, dude, we're running 10 minutes behind. You need to get to the church. Like,
I was about to say, did you get in any trouble for that?
Get a move on. Yo, she definitely does not know about that. Yeah. Starting the on a high note, the marriage on a high note. We got a picture with mom walking down the aisle. This is my dad while we were walking down the aisle, literally flipping off the camera of the photographer. So if you all think I'm crazy, this guy is way crazier than I am. My beautiful wife.
Beautiful.
Inside of our zoo tent. We got the party going. I got like a couple other good assets for you guys. If I can find them. Oh, at the church.
Aww.
Isn't that cute?
So cute.
Also, did y'all notice I really did get a Willy Wonka suit?
Yeah, I was about to say that suit was pretty fabulous.
Full zoo mode.
So the chat, I think, was wondering if you really had the zoo. I don't think you brought the zoo to the church, but I did think you had a zoo.
Yeah, I didn't put into this album any photos of the animals. I probably should have. But I did truly get my face painted, like it's called Rainbow Tiger.
Rainbow Tiger. I like it. You do look like
you do have animal pictures.
Yes. That was the rule. Is after 9 p.m. I could get my face painted.
See, she's sitting
one more
already.
Shows the party.
Oh, fun!
Man, we got it cooking.
I love the glow sticks.
Yes, yeah. It was a time to be had. It was great. So thank you, everyone, for the wonderful wishes. I'll share one more thing. Did either of you read the Lord of the Rings books or watch the movies?
Yeah, that was actually one of the first book sets I read.
I don't know if you probably won't be able to see the detail. But this is the Lord of the Rings ring with the Elvish on it. This is my wedding ring.
I have the original. This is my original set.
You have them. They're so good.
That close too, so.
I just watched the movies.
The movies are great too. I think it's the best movie trilogy of all time.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like there's that like many trilogies. Like I can't name another trilogy, but it is great. So again,
there are a lot of series. It is like the original trilogy, though, except for maybe Star Wars.
All right, I want to talk about one more thing, and then I'll let you all get back to it. I'm putting a link in the chat with code YouTube to get you 20% off resets for Starter Plus and Expert accounts. Woo! The reset deal is back. Link in the chat, code YouTube for 20% off resets. And I want to ask one more question to the community. If you have never been a MyFundedFutures customer before, could you please put a 1 in the chat? You've never purchased anything with MyFundedFutures before, could you please put a 1 in the chat? And I'll give it a minute for those to come in. All right, there's a decent number of you out there. I've got something even better. I'm putting a link in the chat with code YouTube for 50% off any account for new users. So if you've never been a customer before, one-time use, and this is going to go away at some point, you can use code YouTube to get 50% off of any account. So if you've been with us, 20% off resets. You've never been with us, 50% off any accounts. And I'll give you like a little piece of inside baseball. You checking out and using the show as education and confidence to get an account helps us to build more programming for you all. If that wasn't already self-evident. So try the code, show Barbie and Terry some love, and we'll keep rocking and rolling.
Thank you, Luke.
All righty.
50% off is awesome. That means
And
you
I
can buy
always have to
two.
point out, because we were doing this math was for someone, I think last night or this morning. There's no activation fee afterwards. There's no secret activation fee. So if you're in the business of trading, you've got to work in nets and look at the big picture.
Yeah, and end of day drawdown, which is big deal.
Yeah, I don't mess with that intraday anymore.
Oh gosh, yeah, it is not fun.
In what world do you like have an account get smaller the more you go into profit?
That's not in real life world. This is true. Barbie, your 15-minute orb is
doing nothing.
Yeah, Monday.
That's why I was a little bit worried about the chop. So, but sometimes these trades take a really long time and still work out. So I'm not gonna take it off just because I don't like this candle. So we're just gonna chill with it.
Okay, so we'll just chill with it. We did chart of the day. We did some education. Should we ask chat some questions? Like answer some questions? Do you guys have any good questions that you would like us to answer?
Yeah, I'll answer some good questions.
Yeah, some good ones.
Qualify that a little bit.
Some good Monday questions.
And I don't have anything to give you except for knowledge.
That's like better than gold. Are you kidding me? It's awesome. There's so much to learn with trading and so much to experience and learn from, mistakes to make and grow from. Let's see. Do you want to pick the first question, Barbie?
I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm looking.
Okay. Welcome, Adrian.
We had one. Hang on. We had one. How do you deal with losses in the beginning? Not well. That's not how.
Yes, I cried.
The thing is, I wasn't ready, and I thought I was ready because I was ready for what the win would have been, but I wasn't ready for what the loss would have been. And because if y'all new traders are going to feel me, you see that stop and you keep moving it, even though your plan was to have your stop there. You keep moving it, and so it ends up being worse anyway. So
Yeah. For some reason, that is something that beginner traders across the board move in stops. And I have to have to share with you that what I will do sometimes is I won't move the stop, but I'll get stopped out and then I'll re-enter like right away. So that is essentially like moving the stop, right? Yeah, not good. Let's see.
I had one that somebody was asking me how many back tests would I consider it to be serious, and I don't I don't have a number where it has to be 200 tests or 500 tests or something like that. I'm kind of looking at more of the periods because trading was different before COVID and trading's different under Trump. So I want to kind of compare Trump style trading. Like I would compare that to his last time in office if I was going to back test. You see what I mean? Like COVID numbers are going to be different than regular numbers and that sort of thing. So I try to focus on that a little bit, but it's also, so I do options testing too. So if we're doing 0DTE options testing, I can't go back more than a few years because we didn't have 0DTEs every day. So it was a very different market. So I just try to look at the context and see how many trades I can possibly get in. Something like the orb where it's once a day, I do have to test over a longer period of time. But then something like the hug bot, sometimes it'll take 5-6 trades a day. Sometimes it takes none, sometimes it takes a bunch. But I can get those numbers in faster, but I still want to see how it does over a span of days.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, forward testing is great too, because, and so the back testers are, you kind of get what you pay for with some of these back testers. A lot of them are not testing on tick data, it's candle close data. So a lot of times I see people's back tests and I tell them to take it with a grain of salt because it's like, it's not testing the way it would act in the live market. So forward testing is good too.
Okay. Should we see who the form fill winners are?
I like that question.
Yes. Let's do it. Oh, not
are they saying they're
yet.
not ready? Okay, they're pulling it up.
Okay, soon we will be announcing the winners. I didn't get to say hi to a bunch of people this morning. I just want to do some shout outs. Good morning to Methodical Man. Good morning to Magnus, Abhishek. Good morning, you guys. Good morning to Peter Pete. Good morning, Jake. Good morning, all of you guys. Thanks for being loyal viewers and listening. All of you guys are so awesome. And you guys really make the show possible. Like, you make us want to get up every morning, put on our makeup.
Yeah, otherwise, me and Terry be trading in our pajamas. So,
100%. I would not be wearing this. We should have a pajama show sometime, Barbie. I think that would be fun.
What do you think, chat? Should we do a pajama party? That does sound fun.
Yes. So Jim Cramer from CNBC, he hates pajama traders. I don't know if you guys have ever heard him.
Well, that's even more reason to wear them. It'll be good luck.
Yes. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Like, we can all have a pajama party together. That would be really fun. Okay, so market is still just chopping around. It's really not doing much. We're down about negative 60 points. Yeah, still hovering around
definitely doing the choppy thing. We have not tested the pre-market low. We got close, but didn't. So this is very much a little inside day. We're inside of Friday's price action entirely. Let me see if I can pull that up. I'll let y'all keep watching this really boring trade.
Yeah.
So here's Friday's price action right here. And then the pre-market is like the navy blue. Somebody asked me how I do that. TradingView does that. I don't do that. And then here's our first hourly candle on the day, staying right inside. And we're still following that kind of trend that I pointed out where we are pretty balanced, but it's drifting a little bit lower. It's not making those big powerful moves that we've been spoiled on lately, but it's there.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a bear flag here, so hopefully that'll play out. I'm just still watching. ES hit. The trade hit on ES, which in my testing was less likely. But that's another thing I'm kind of watching is we don't, like NASDAQ has been holding stronger. So we might have picked the wrong baby today. We'll see.
Yeah. That's okay though. It's just another day, another trade. No biggie.
Yeah, someone had asked me why I would decide to take it or not take it. And in general, I'm going to take it. Like, if I didn't take it, it would be for something major. Like if we were expecting Trump to come on in a few minutes or something like that. That's going to be outside of the range that I've tested. And I saw some question. I didn't catch the whole question, but someone was asking like the difference between and when you're back testing between. So like if you're just doing the back testing on NinjaTrader, just the thing that's built in, it has candle close data, so it doesn't have the intra-minute ticks. And sometimes we're going to get tagged in before a candle has closed. I actually very rarely base my strategy on candle closes, so that's not a great back tester for me, which is why I end up building one, because I want to see if I get tagged in within a 5-minute candle, because otherwise, I mean, we're waiting 20 minutes to potentially even enter the opening range, which when my testing was not as likely. So that's why back testing is hard, and most people are not getting really accurate results.
Yeah, it is hard, and it takes a lot of work and patience. And it can feel like a chore sometimes too, like just to do it. But what I'm hearing from you and from a lot of other traders, it's the importance of it.
If you have a systematic trade, and I mean, there is the discretion, and I think that's when you have if you have good discretion in good systematic trades, you're rich. It's like, and discipline too, but
yeah, the discipline is stick with it. Definitely. So we're still just chopping around VWAP. Not much is happening. We're still trading within that first 5-minute candle on the NASDAQ. Not much is happening. So we have.
I wanted an exciting Monday. Oh well.
I know, but you know what? What is exciting is we have each other. We have each other. We have you guys in chat. So this makes Monday so much better. Oh my gosh. When you're trading by yourself, it is days like this. It's like watching paint dry. And then it's so much easier to get into really bad trades because you're trying to
I've been trading futures more being here and trading with everybody. I was getting kind of into my little options thing again because it's slower and I can sleep later. But
yeah,
I'm enjoying this and taking more trades being with the group. So
how's the options, all the option stuff going?
It's good. It's just I take those a lot more slowly. So right now I'm out of my positions and I'm kind of waiting for the next setup. I had taken a starter on some SPY longs and closed those out last week. So waiting for the next setup now. But yeah, when I go into the options, when I'm doing these option swings, it tends to be some kind of big positions because my options account is not small anymore. So I like to put some size on in that one.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
The thing about the futures account, I trade my futures account a little bit differently. I trade it more like a prop because I'm copying it to props. So I keep it really small, and kind of like worst case scenario would be I lose that whole account, but that would be like on an error or something, because that can happen. You can like we were talking about last week, your stop can technically get skipped over, and we are dealing with massive amounts of money here. So that's the way I have that like liquidation as my emergency, which the options accounts don't work that way. So I trade those a little bit differently.
Should we set another bounty? It looks like we're at 1,800 views. Should we set it at 2,000, you guys, for another giveaway?
What do you think, chat? That's in sight. We can do it.
What do you guys think in chat? Put yes if you want another giveaway. Yes.
There they go.
I see a lot of yeses. Yes, Monday. Let's do another one. Yeah. Okay, let's pump it up to 2,000, you guys. Before we go, I I love ending on a giveaway, right? Let's do it. I think we can do it in 10 minutes. Get another 200 views.
Let's do it.
Make sure you guys hit the like button. The like button definitely helps. What are we at for the likes? I can't see, Barbie, on my thing.
I always have to refresh it because it tells me we have 52. And we better be doing better than 52. There we are. 281.
How many?
281.
281. All right, guys, let's get those likes up, because that means a lot of people are watching right now and you haven't hit the like button. Let's start off the week on a good note. Did you know that if you hit the like button, you automatically get like an extra like 50% more lucky?
That's true. Facts from Terry.
Welcome back, Luke.
All right, I'm back. About 15 minutes ago, we shared a form. As again, we're trying to build this programming so that way you are as much a part as the journey as we are. The form is now closed. We asked one simple question: what skill would you like us to teach? Because we want to orient our programming towards you all. Barbie, Terry, any guesses as to the skill that users picked?
Well, I would guess just passing a prop.
Oh, that's a good one. How to be consistent?
Okay, that's another good guess. I'll say they're both along those lines, but a little more pointed. Risk management was by far number one.
Mm-hmm.
Number two was psychology. Other honorable mentions, like those two are way up at the top, include scalping, trading reversals, new strategies, volume profile. So those are all of interest. But the two most coveted were the risk management and the psychology.
Trading psychology is huge because that's that big thing that we don't know we have to study until we get our ass handed to us in the markets. So
Yes. And as a thank you to the community for this, I have a magic wheel where we're going to spin it. How many times can we spin the wheel? Note it takes about 5 seconds per spin to give away some Starter Plus accounts. I've got a number in my mind that I'm approved for, but I want to hear what you all say. That was not a rhetorical question.
Wait, what? There's a lot going on here.
All right, we're going to spin the wheel 5 times.
Okay, 5 times. Yeah.
5 times. Okay.
Plus accounts.
I'm seeing a lot of 100s. 5 times.
1,000? Come
1,000.
on.
50
It
seconds.
takes 5 seconds per spin. We're not spinning it 1,000.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think this is a speed wheel. This is not the scalp wheel.
Starter Plus accounts. The first winner for y'all. Harlem.
Congratulations.
Official Kendi.
Got like Barbie and Ken.
IRT trades. There's 3. I love the suspense of the wheel. I mean, this is like great anticipation. Like the fact that it takes a little bit of time is lovely.
I like the sound.
Vortex, there's 4. And users can win twice. I set it up so that way, if you get really lucky, it's your birthday. KCS Keeper, there's 5. Should we do a couple more?
Yes. Let's do a couple more.
Chat, do you want us to do a couple more, or is this taking too long?
More. Chat says more.
More.
They say 5 more.
5 more.
All right, 5 more. Let's go. AJ. I love the confetti too. Do you guys like this randomized, like the spin the wheel?
I like
I like it.
Jake. There's 7. We got 3 more. Is it your lucky day? Sam. There's 8. And I'll say this too, guys. In the next 5 minutes or so here, we're going to be switching over to Ash. The Ash man, Mr. Ash Trades, Ash Ketchum himself. And he's going to be running from 10:30 to 11:30 Eastern. Giancarlo. There's 9. Well, 1 more. So stay tuned for Ash's segment.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink. Jebuz. How do you pronounce that? How would you say that, Barbie?
Jabuz.
Jebuz. Winner number 10. Congrats. All right, they're saying 1 more. Fine, 1 more. 1 more. I can't stop with the wheel. I love the wheel. I might have a
He's
wheel
gonna get in trouble.
It's compulsive wheel
And
problem.
last but not least, Emily Miles. Again, Ash is going to be rolling in about 5 minutes here. I'm going to send it up back to Barbie and Terry for some final thoughts. And you know Ash is going to ask for a like count. So go ahead and like that stream, share that stream, and we'll keep rocking and rolling. But back over to you two.
Thanks, Luke. We love the wheel.
Me too.
We love the wheel. That was exciting. I do like that sound effect. I hope we do more of those.
Yeah, that one's a keeper. You can keep that one.
Yeah.
Although we might have to reel Luke in a little bit so we don't have to call 1-800 addicted to wheeling.
Oh, that's so funny. When you said that, I was thinking of the wheel, the option strategy, the wheel.
I was too as soon as I said it, but
so your trade is still on, Barbie?
it is not looking hot right now, but it is on. This is the scenario that I was worried about, where if it ends up being a choppy day, we just end up chopping in here and having to take a loss on it. But
yeah,
the losses are a part of trading. So
yep.
we were talking about this last week, like this has been going awfully good. Where's that loss coming? So
yes, exactly. And it's just another trade.
And it actually hasn't lost yet. So that's why we follow the rules and be patient with it. Because I could panic out of it here, but that's the whole point of having the system and the numbers behind it is I'm going to give it a chance. So
yeah. I like this trade because you can just walk away and go do whatever you need to do for the rest of the day. Because sometimes it does take a few hours for these trades to close.
Yeah. And the reason that I picked this one to bring to the stream first is this one, I mean, it's time-based and it's based on the market open, which is the time that we're over here. So what I was thinking is we'll keep working with this trade and we'll keep optimizing it and we'll kind of work through it together. We'll all be orb experts. And in the meantime, like I was talking about, we can start kind of working with some other things that are not necessarily going to come up during this session every single day, but we can watch for. So that's kind of my train of thought on the strategies, because it's the same thing. I started trying to learn 10 strategies at once and I sucked at all of them. So once I started just focusing on one at a time and becoming an expert on each one, then I'm really good at all of them. So
I like that idea, Barbie. Like, so let's focus on the orb and then learn some other strategies that we'll be looking for that might appear, might not appear while we're on the show.
Yeah.
That sounds good. So thank you everyone for tuning in, listening, sending us your questions, participating. It was a good Monday.
It was. Good
Hey,
one
Luke.
today.
I'm back.
You're back.
How was it? Chat was good today. The energy for Monday I thought was high.
I did not see too many people putting timeout, which is moving up.
You all were lovely. Should we run a triple L, life lessons with Luke, before Ash, real quick?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Especially like you've got a whole new perspective as a married man now.
Today, you can choose to be whoever you want to be. Whatever you did in the past or circumstance in the past still exists, but you can decide at this moment to take whatever next step and be whoever you want to be. And that is my life lesson.
I like that. It's so positive. I'm going to be a calm trader today.
Yeah, Terry.
There should be no crying and trading. So
No crying. Just another day. Just another trading day.
Oh, no, I'm getting flamed for reusing that lesson. Damn. Y'all can choose to be haters.
they do choose to be. But I will tell you, if you like, that's a lot of energy to be a hater. It's a lot of energy, and you could use that same energy to be a winner. And if you're a winner in this industry, you make a lot of money. So just saying.
All right. Yeah, I see PB Trading saying he wants to be Ash Trades. I do too.
I typed this out, but yeah, the answer to all of the orb questions, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Is I have tested a very simple set of scenarios that I wanted for a very simple trade. And if those simple things hit, they hit. And if they don't, they don't. There's a high probability of them hitting well. And I don't want to complicate it. I don't want to have 67 rules on this trade because the beauty of this one is the simplicity. We can make a complicated one later if y'all want, where you have to have 69 check boxes and bake yourself out.
No.
I don't like
I like simple.
much.
Yeah, no, simple is better.
But the point is, like, if you want to go test something, if you have an idea with, stopping out early on things or whatever, go test it. Make this trade your own. You can add your own little complication if there's something that you like to see. So
cool. All right. Well, I would like to say goodbye to you too, but hello.
You would like to.
Friend Ash.
Bye, guys. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Happy trading. All right. And I'm going to ask Ash what we can expect into the next hour here. I think we're in week 3, maybe week 4 of Ash joining MyFundedTV. Again, the idea is to be the trustworthy, transparent prop firm, have programming that is oriented for you all to succeed, help you to grow as traders. Ash is the king of psychology and risk management. He is very level-headed. I always try to push him to force trades to add some excitement to my life. And he says, Luke, that's not how we do it. So, Ash, what do we have to look forward to in the next hour here?
Hey, good morning. And congratulations on the wedding.
Thank you, sir.
Very happy to hear. Probably was a phenomenal day. So
it was great.
Morning and congratulations.
Thank you.
Very excited to get back on here with everybody. We'll take a look at NQ and ES. Hopefully we'll get a trade going. I'm here in my live account now, looking to see if any trades present themselves.
Ash, how many likes do you want to see for our next giveaway today?
We gotta send 1K likes at least.
All right, in chat, what are we at right now? You have to refresh it to give me an accurate count. In the YouTube studio view, I don't get to see the likes in real time, unfortunately.
It looks like 403 on my end.
403.
Yeah, so a little more than a double here.
We can get there. We've done it before.
Let's 2x the likes.
All right. If you're out there, if you're not like the stream or share the stream, give it a go. I'm also going to put a link in the chat with code YouTube to give you 20% off resets for Starter Plus and Expert accounts. Again, link in the chat with code YouTube. You get 20% off resets for Starter Plus or Expert accounts. Grab it now. Abhishek's posting it too. Let's go and grab those. But all right, Ashy, over to you, sir.
Sounds good. Hello and welcome back to another segment with myself, Ash. How's everybody doing today? How was everybody's weekend? Everybody get some time touching some grass, time with some family. Hopefully everybody's refreshed, recharged, and ready to go. We got a new week here, so new opportunities to take advantage of. Let's make sure that we stay disciplined, we manage our risk, and we remain patient. New week, new opportunities. Same model. So still adhere to your risk management. Continue to focus on implementing your model to the best of your ability. All right, so let's take a look. I've yet to have any trades so far this morning, so I want to get prepared, get ready, see if we can create a game plan, see if we can find any trades. All right, so first things first, in terms of my game plan, this is how I create a game plan every single day. The first thing that I consider is time. Okay? Time is one of the most important elements for myself. With that being said, that's when I get over on the economic calendar to understand the important times of the day. Okay, so if you take a look at the economic calendar today, we have a 10 a.m. red folder. So that already occurred, seeing that it's 10:36 now. And then we also have a 1 p.m. red folder. So Fed Chair Powell speaks at 1 p.m. All right, so we need to know the important times of the day. We figure that out by getting on the economic calendar, looking for red folder news events. Those are the important times of the day, along with the opening times. The opening times being Asia open, London open, New York open. Okay, so the times to consider today are 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. We have red folders during those times. Next thing to understand is bias or draw on liquidity. In my opinion, those two things mean the same thing. Right? Your bias is your opinion of where price is moving. Draw on liquidity is the thing that price is moving towards. So in my opinion, those two things mean the same thing. The way that we understand that, the way that we analyze that is by getting to the daily chart, looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs or imbalances, whatever you want to call them. I really don't care about terminology. I just want to trade. So whether you call it an imbalance, whether you call it a low volume node, whether you call it an FVG, it doesn't really matter. It's all the same thing. We're all staring at the chart. So taking a look at the daily chart and looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs, the first thing that I could say is that price is finding support at this bullish imbalance right here. Okay. This to me is giving me a bullish bias. Okay. This area has provided support multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see that by the wicks. You have all the body candle closures above it. So for this reason, it's giving me a bullish bias. Okay. When price is currently located at a bullish FVG on the daily chart, that gives me a bullish bias. When price is currently located below a swing low on the daily chart, that gives me a bullish bias. The two locations that give me a bearish bias are above swing highs and inside bearish FVGs. Okay, so moving forward for today, I have a bullish bias and I'll look for long positions for this reasoning right here. Last portion of creating a game plan is your entry function. For me, I use the unicorn model. We've spoke about that many times since my time being here with everyone. A unicorn model is simply a breaker block plus an FVG. That is the entry function that I use. Okay, so a couple important things to understand is time is the most important element. So we need to be aware of that 1 p.m. red folder. Draw on liquidity or bias is the second most important element. So bullish bias means look for longs. Right? I don't look to counter trade my bias. I look to trade aligned with my bias. And then entry function is the unicorn model. So now that it's New York session, I will be looking for a long opportunity using the unicorn model. We'll take a look at the hourly chart for some market structure. Now, this is where things get a little confusing here. There really clearly isn't any direct direction within price. We're just kind of going sideways. We sweep the highs, we go back inside the range. We sweep the lows, we go back inside the range. We're just going sideways, right? So if you just were to look at this right here as consolidation, right? We've just been going sideways ever since Thursday afternoon. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to say in terms of market structure. There's nothing very clear here. Okay, even if you were to look at divergences, right? Divergences are something that help us understand whether liquidity has been taken or strength and weakness in the marketplace. There's really nothing giving us a clear indication of which direction price is moving, because let's take a look at some divergences now. Okay. NQ is the correlated pair to ES. So in terms of divergences, you would compare NQ to ES. You can see that NQ took out the high here, while ES did not take out the high, right? So that would be a bearish SMT, a bearish crack in correlation. Okay. Now, here's the problem. There's also SMT at the lows, right? So you have this bearish SMT, right? But then you also have bullish SMT at the lows. Notice how NQ did not take out this low here, right? Look at this low here, and now look at this low here. When analyzing cracks in correlation, when analyzing divergences in the marketplace, you use the same 2 points in time, right? So you can look at, I'm on the hourly chart. You can see that the 5 a.m. hourly candle is a swing low. You can see that the current 10 a.m. candle took out that swing low. If you go over to NQ using the same 2 points in time, you can see that the 5 a.m. swing low was not swept. Okay. NQ did not go below that 5 a.m. swing low. That's what I mean in terms of using the same 2 points in time to understand divergences. Now, this explains why, it's not very decisive right now. Okay. We don't have a very clear uptrend. To go with an uptrend, we don't have a bullish SMT. Right now, the information is just a bit conflicting. So for that reason, I'll be more patient and selective than normal. In my opinion, anytime that you cannot clearly and definitively move forward with one bias, if you cannot clearly understand what type of position you're looking for, then you should just remain patient, because there has been and there will always be another opportunity. You do not need to force yourself upon the marketplace. You should only take trades when you can clearly define your edge, clearly define your game plan, and clearly define your risk management. Anytime that you run into this situation right here that we're dealing with right now, where you question yourself, there's something that you can't clearly define, that's when there's alert in my mind going off. Be patient. Wait. You don't have to take any risk today. If you can clearly define how you want to move forward and you can clearly define your risk management, then that would be a time to take a trade. Okay, but not every single day needs to be a trading day. You do not have to take risk every single day. In my opinion, it's higher probability to understand the risk that you're taking, clearly define it, and clearly execute it. Okay, so you have to understand that, your emotional impulses is not what makes a good or bad decision. Us as risk managers, you have to be analyzing through probabilities. And the probabilities are built through those concepts that you view price in. Okay, so I just told you how I view price, right? Time is the most important element. So I look to participate during New York Open. I look at the economic calendar to make sure I'm not standing in the way of a very important news driver. right? Like non-farm payroll is on Friday, one of our most volatile news events. You don't want to be positioning yourself right before that news event. So you need to know when those high impact news drivers occur. Time is the most important element. Second is bias or draw on liquidity. I want to know what type of position I'm looking for. And I can say that I would rather be looking at longs because of the daily chart. But the problem I have in having a bias today is that there's no clear draw on liquidity. So for the people that have been working with me for some time now, they would understand that this is what I point to in terms of a draw on liquidity, right? I look for equal highs or equal lows. Okay, so since I'm bullish today, I'm stating that I have a bullish bias. I would want to see equal highs. That would be a draw on liquidity for a bullish bias. And that's the problem that I'm having, is that we took out this high already, right? So in terms of a target, you know, ES might still have a target. This is a failure swing right here, right? See, so this high hasn't been taken out by this high. So those are relative equal highs. So this could be a target for ES, but NQ already took out that target. Okay, so you have to understand that you should be taking risk when you can clearly define the risk, when you can clearly define your game plan. Okay. You also have to have the emotional or mental control to understand that when you can't clearly define those things, that you should not be executing. You have to have that emotional intelligence to control your actions. Okay. Your feelings or your thoughts cannot be stronger than your actions. Okay. So we'll sit here and we'll watch. We'll see if anything develops. Yes, I have a bullish bias, so I'm looking for higher prices. As of right now, there's no entry function that I would want to use to execute that bullish bias, right? Because the last portion of the conversation here would be that since I'm bullish, this is the type of entry function I would want to see, right? A bullish breaker with an FEG aligned with it, right? Breaker block plus FEG is a unicorn model. So this is what I would want to execute risk on, right here. So the things that are making me say it's low probability conditions at the moment is that there's no equal highs to aim at, right? I need a clear draw on liquidity for a bullish bias. And then there's no bullish entry function to use. Now, hear me out. I'm not going to sit here and say that, you know, just because I choose to only use one entry function, you know, that's right or wrong. There is no right or wrong, okay? You're either green or red at the end of the day. So if you want to use other forms of entry functions like, you know, indicators, moving averages, inversions, anything, you could use any type of entry function. Just because I only use the unicorn model doesn't mean that that's right or wrong. What you need to do is collect the data to understand whether you're capable of executing a certain type of entry function. And once you have that proven data, then you can move forward with that type of entry function, right? So if you want to use more than one entry function, be my guest. But other people's opinions should not make your decisions for you, okay? Data makes that decision. Be data-driven. Don't let other people's opinions deter your executions. Don't let other people's opinions change the model that you're using. Okay? Have discipline in collecting data to prove to yourself that you can execute a certain strategy. Then once you have that proven data, you have that credibility, then have the discipline to follow those justifications to your actions and repeat that process a million times over until you get to the location that you want to be. Okay, so let me know what you guys think. That is my top-down analysis for today. It boils down to I'm bullish. I want to see higher prices. I have nothing to execute that bias right now, so I'm going to sit and wait. I'm just going to be patient and see if something develops throughout the day. As of right now, I have no position on. You can see that I'm in my live account here. and there's no position shown on the screen, there's no P&L fluctuating, there's no orders resting, there's no nothing, because I'm not in a position. So if I take a position, you'll see it right in front of you, but I'm not, feeling any form of rush. I don't feel any form of fear of missing out. I know that my game plan is not present right now, so I have no problem sitting and waiting. Okay, so I am bullish. I am looking for higher prices. We'll see if we get them. If we get an entry function that is aligned with that game plan, then I'll take advantage of it. But until then, I'll wait and be patient, and we can go over some information. Going back to the giveaways, you heard the man himself, the newlywed. We have to hit a certain amount of likes. Okay, so smash the like button. While you're at it, hit the sub button. If you're wondering why you can't participate here with us in chat, it's probably because it's sub-only mode. So make sure you're sub to the channel so you can communicate with us. Like the video. That way we can get to the next bounty, the next giveaway. While we do that, we can go over some questions and comments. We can either analyze the chart, or we can go over chat's questions and comments. Throw a 1 in chat if you'd rather go over questions and comments. Throw a 2 in chat if I should go over an educational piece regarding my system. Let's see what chat would like to do for today. Okay, so pretty 50-50. Bunch of 1s, bunch of 2s. Some more 2s. Some more 1s. All right, so we'll do both. How about that? We'll start with some questions. If you want, throw any questions or comments in chat. We can do a Q&A for half of the time, and then we can go over my system half of the time. So we'll start with questions and answers. Feel free to throw any question or comment regarding trading, regarding psychology, regarding risk management, regarding anything to do with trading. We could do that. Can you teach more about SMT divergences? Yeah, we've gone over this topic a bunch of times. So at any point in time, definitely feel free to watch any of the recordings. All of the recordings from these live streams are uploaded to the YouTube channel after they're completed. So all of this information is also shown there. But just a quick recap of what SMT divergence is. SMT divergence is a cracking correlation between two correlated assets. So that's the first thing that you have to understand, is that you have to use correlated assets. So NQ and ES are correlated assets. When there is a cracking correlation, that is when the assets are doing something different at the same exact time, right? So that's the next important key to understand, is that when analyzing divergences, you need to use the same 2 points in time. So let's say the left side is NQ. Let's say the right side is ES. Okay. Let's say that this swing high is 6 a.m. Let's say that this swing high is 10 a.m. Okay. We have to use the same 2 points in time on both assets. So that swing high would be 6 a.m. This swing high would be 10 a.m. And now this is what I mean about doing something different at the same time. Okay. You can see that NQ was capable of going above the 6 a.m. swing high at 10 a.m. You can see that ES failed to go above the 6 a.m. high at 10 a.m. This would be bearish SMT. This would be a bearish Kraken correlation. When looking at correlations, when you're bearish, you want to be looking at the highs. When you're bullish, you want to be looking at the lows. Okay, so SMT serves the purpose of understanding when liquidity has been taken or strength and weakness in the marketplace. So bearish SMT shows weakness, and the one that is the weaker pair is the one that creates the failure swing. Okay, so in this scenario, ES would be the weaker pair. Okay, so now let's wrap it all together. If you're seeing a bearish bias on the daily chart, then you go to the hourly chart and you see that ES failed to sweep the same swing high as NQ, now you have a bearish bias. Now you have a bearish Kraken correlation on a higher time frame. Then you would want to be going into your entry function time frame, the lower time frame, to short the weaker asset. Right? So for example, let's do this within price action now. Okay, you can see that on the hourly chart, right? On the hourly chart, ES failed to sweep the 1500 hourly swing high. You can see that NQ did sweep the 1500 swing high. This would be a bearish Kraken correlation. This shows that ES is the weaker pair. Okay, if I had a bearish bias, I would want to be shorting ES because it's the weaker pair. Amazing question. Great conversation regarding SMT. It boils down to using two correlated assets. When you're analyzing two correlated assets, use the same 2 points in time. If two correlated assets do something different at the same 2 points in time, you get a Kraken correlation. That'll help you understand whether liquidity has been taken or strength and weakness in the marketplace. Very good conversation. Here's another question. What do you think you need to work on most as a trader right now, as we are constantly learning every day from the market's ash? The thing that I need to work on personally, this isn't a general statement, this is for me and my own business, is patience. I need to choose less is more and quality over quantity. You do that by taking less positions, being okay with being on the sideline, right? And you can see me doing that right now. For the reason that I can't clearly define the draw and liquidity is why I'm not in a position right now. So this is me working on my patience by not needing to be in a position every single day, every single session. So I personally am working on patience. I also think that is kind of a general statement. I do think the majority of traders would be better served if they took less positions, if they chose quality over quantity. I think that you would stop blowing evals, you would stop blowing funded accounts if you took less trades, if you downsized your position sizing. A lot of people can't have patience, and that's the reason why they blow accounts. They can't submit to delayed gratification. They end up oversizing on positions, so they instantly hit their drawdown limits because they want to reach some kind of goal in a shortened period of time instead of choosing patience and submitting to time. So patience is what I have to work on. I do actually think that is a general statement for majority of traders as well. Very good question. So we'll continue to keep watching, and if I find something worth taking any risk, I will definitely point it out. But this is my trading journey, so I'm not going to be persuaded by chat. I'm not going to be persuaded by live streams. I'm here to work as a trader. Okay, so if something comes across, it'll definitely be outlined. But until then, we'll continue to be patient until it does. Luke.
How many likes are we at, Ashi?
Let's take a look.
Do we get to 1,000?
We have crushed the like button. We're at 1.1, so we've surpassed 1,000 likes.
But have they shared the stream?
We definitely need to share the stream some more. That is a fact.
Okay. So they crushed the likes. They need to share a little bit more. That's what I'm hearing from you?
Definitely.
Okay. All right. Very good. So we might have a surprise coming at some point?
I think chat loves surprises, so that's a good idea.
All right. Very good. Just wanted to check in and make sure they're actually liking the stream. All right, keep rolling, Ash.
Sounds good. Yeah, so feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. We're just going over some questions and comments at the moment. No current positions. I'm okay with starting the week patient here. We do have Powell coming up at 1 p.m., so that'll definitely be a driver for today's session. We're just still in this consolidation here. Okay, I do have a bullish bias in terms of current direction. I do think we're looking to move higher. I just have no position to execute that idea as of this moment. So we'll see if we get the higher prices. I wouldn't be surprised if they want to, just have this kind of slow grind higher, waiting for Powell. We'll see if we continue to get higher prices. I have a bullish bias for today. So let me know if you have any questions or comments. You want to go over any certain information regarding either my model, any type of the trading business, mental or emotional intelligence. Feel free to throw any questions or comments in chat. How do you know whether a daily IRL or ERL level will hold? I don't know anything. As a trader, if you're talking in certainties, I would highly suggest you change that mindset. We deal with probabilities. None of us can tell the future. Okay. If we could, then, we'd probably buy our own island and be sitting in paradise already. But reality of the situation is we cannot tell the future. Okay. So we don't know anything. We base our decisions on probabilities. We analyze price action through probabilities. And if probabilities look like they're in our favor, then we determine whether we take the risk or not. Okay. So for example, the question was regarding daily internal versus external. So in other terms, once again, there's so many terminologies that go out at this point. The question is asking, how do we know whether this imbalance is going to hold as support or not? Right? Internal liquidity is FVGs. External liquidity is swing highs or swing lows. So the question was, how do we know whether that will hold or not? I don't know. Right? It's an idea. Right? A bias is simply an idea that you're willing to take risk on. I'm not going to sit here and say that idea can't be wrong. This is where risk management comes into play. You have to define your risk so that when you're analyzing those probabilities, when you're wrong, you don't completely blow your account. Okay. Oh, and there's the surprise that he was talking about. Looks like we got a surprise for 25 50K starter plus accounts. The code is MOND4Y25. Got to be on your toes this morning. Looks like it was a surprise for the code on this one. Love to see it. Love to see that we're changing it up. Instead of just always letting chat know when it's going to happen, we also surprise you as well. Keep you on your toes. See who's participating. See who's active in chat. Love to see it. Throw a W in chat if you were able to capture that surprise. Thank you, MyFundedFutures, for the phenomenal surprise once again. Great way to start off the week with some new accounts. Very good job. There's some W's. There you go. Another W. There you go. Got to be quick. See that you got to participate in chat to understand when the surprises occur. Very good job. So back to the question. How do we know whether a daily internal or external liquidity is going to hold? We don't know. So I don't think you should be analyzing in terms of guarantees. I think you should be analyzing in terms of probabilities. When you can analyze some probabilities that you're willing to take a risk on, then take the risk. If you cannot analyze probabilities, then that is where you got to spend some more time on your education. There are certain concepts that we view price in. Those are the things that create the probabilities. That is how we understand whether we want to take the risk or not. Okay, so that would be my answer, is that we don't know. We analyze price within probabilities. There are no guarantees with price action. That's what I would say. Very good question, though. Very, very good question. So once again, bullish for the day, but there's not enough information providing quality in terms of a setup to take risk on. So I have not taken any risk yet. Once again, I'm in my live account here. So if a trade is taken, you will see it. In terms of taking any trades, I'm not willing to take any risk at this current moment. We are waiting and watching. If something comes across the desk, we will annotate it and we will see if we want to take the risk. As of this moment in time, there's no risk on the table. So there's nothing to, there's no reward to be had. So just a time to be patient for now. We'll continue to keep waiting. And while we do that, we'll continue to go over questions and comments. So throw any questions or comments in chat. We can go over any information as we're waiting. Just a quick recap as well for anybody that's just now joining. I'm bullish on the day. Here's my reasoning. I'm looking at this daily imbalance here, looking to see if that daily imbalance provides support for higher prices. If it does, I'll be aiming at a new high here, right? So this is the move that I'm looking for. This is my current bias. This area is providing support for higher prices. If we get higher prices, I'll be looking to target this swing high here as the target. Now going down to the market structure. This is the reason why I'm not willing to act upon that bias right now, is because right now we're just going sideways right now, right? It's a very clear consolidation, okay? They might be waiting for Powell to speak at 1 p.m. If that's the case, then we'll look for, any type of positions then. But as of right now, we're just stuck in this consolidation. There's divergences on both sides of the range. There's a bearish divergence here, and there's a bullish divergence here. So you have the range, you have divergences on both sides of the range. These are the reasons why I'm saying it's not clear enough to take any risk on my end. So I'm fine with waiting. Once again, every day is not a trading day. You should be trading when you're able to clearly define how to move forward. Mondays are so hard to trade. Have you heard about the Monday effect? I don't exactly believe that it's the day of the week. Each Monday does not have the same circumstances, right? For example, we have non-farm payroll at the end of this week. So a very important high-impact news driver, it would make sense to see Monday try to develop a range to then take advantage of throughout the rest of the week. That's not always the case. What time frame do I use? I use the daily chart for my bias. Right here. Time frames I analyze. I use the daily chart for my bias. I use the hourly chart for my higher time frame points of interest or my market structure. I use the 5-minute chart for entry functions. Once again, I'm not going to sit here and state what's right or wrong. I don't think there is a right or wrong. I think everybody is unique to their own experiences. If you want to use different timeframes, be my guest. The only thing that I would say is that I choose less is more, right? So I only use one time frame for a bias. I only use the hourly time frame for higher time frame points of interest, and I only use the 5-minute entry, 5-minute for the entry functions. Reason being is that when you're trying to analyze 20 different time frames, then you're going to fall into information overload, and that's going to hold you back from executing positions. So less is more, quality over quantity. I have taken 1-minute positions before. I've taken 5-minute positions before. I've taken 15-minute positions before. I've taken hourly positions before. I've taken the whole 9. It's not that I haven't done these things before. When I speak here, I'm talking in terms of my results. So this is what's provided me my best results so far. The majority of my losses have occurred on the 1-minute chart. Last week, I had a loss on the 1-minute chart. So that still holds true in terms of my data. But once again, data is unique to myself. Somebody else might conduct themselves on the 1 minute chart better than I do. And that is good for them. So let's take a look. Using your methodology to trade consolidations, would you have the unicorn on NQ at 936? So for the people that have been working with me, they would know that during times of consolidation, the best way to trade consolidation is looking at the extremes of the range to then target equilibrium of the range. Okay, so let's take a look. All right, this would be an extreme of the range. Okay, talking about an extreme of the range back to equilibrium of the range, we would be looking for this type of move, right? It swept the high, and then I would look for it to move back into the range. So this is what the question was, and the individual was pointing to a 936 position. So let's take a look. This is not a unicorn. So if 936 is what you're pointing to as a bearish setup, this is not a unicorn, okay? You need to have a swing high. You need to have a swing low. You need to have a new high, then a new low, okay? If you do not have these institutional swing points, then it cannot be a breaker block, right? Look at right here. Notice how there's no swing highs here, right? So that shows that this was one move higher until this point in time. And then we started moving lower. So no, this is not a unicorn model. I would not and did not take this position for this reason. You need to have the institutional swing points. Swing high, swing low, new high, new low. Right? You don't have that here. There's no swing high. You do have a swing low. You do have the new high. Then you do have the new low. But you don't have this one here. So no, this is not a unicorn. I did not take it. The logic itself is correct, though. So that portion you are correct on. If you understand how to use consolidation profiles, you want to be executing at the extreme of the range. Here's the extreme here. And you want to be looking for a move back to equilibrium of the range. So that portion is correct. The logic, but the entry function was not. Very good question. Is crude not included with real-time data? You just have to get commodities data, right? The indices, CME, is different than commodities. So you have to get the real-time data for oil, just like you have to get the real-time data for indices. Like Ash always says, love the process and the results will come. Yes, I'm a firm believer on process over profits. Fall in love with the process. Do everything you can to conduct your process to the best of your abilities every single day. The results are just a byproduct of that. Okay, so don't get so upset when you have a loser that you start changing your process. Don't get so greedy when you have a winner that you don't complete your process. You have to understand that results are a byproduct of it. Okay? Just continue to keep failing forward so that you can collect as much data as you can, because that's where you're going to get conviction. So still looks like we're trying to reach higher. The bullish bias looks to be intact. Still nothing in terms of taking any risk on my end, and that's completely okay. Looks like we're still trying to reach higher. So we got another 15 minutes before my segment ends. We've had some phenomenal hosts join the stream. Okay, definitely stick around for the next two segments. The like-minded professionals that continue to keep showing up to provide their experiences in the marketplace is quite phenomenal. So they have a lot of value to share. You should absolutely stick around for the next two segments as well. Let's take a look, see if there's any other questions or comments that we can go over for the last 15 minutes of my segment. Not much movement though. This is, giving me confirmation to being patient. I'm quite happy that I'm not just stuck in this sideways price action. It's not, really moving higher. It hasn't really made up its decision. It's very weak and lethargic, and this is saving me a lot of mental capital. Okay, so once again, every single day does not need to be a trading day. You should be wanting to participate on higher probability days. Hi, Ash. Once you're a unicorn, the breaker block plus FEG forms, do you need a swing for entry? I'm not sure if I exactly understand the question properly, but when I look for my entry function, I look for it to occur at higher time frame points of interest, right? So on the hourly chart, swing lows or bullish FEGs are locations that I look for bullish entry functions. So hopefully I'm understanding the question correctly. At a swing low, I'm looking to find a lower time frame breaker block plus FEG for long positions. Vice versa for shorts. Hello, Ash. How should we keep runners for a long time instead of taking profits fast? You have to understand that your winners need to be bigger than your losers. Okay. I'm sorry about some of the misinformation that's out there. People that are telling you they have, 90% win rates, 80% win rates. That's very unrealistic, in my opinion. A 40% win rate, a 50% win rate, that is realistic. Okay. Losses happen. Okay. Think of having like a 40% win rate. That is something that's logical. Okay. Now, if you have a 40% win rate, you need your winners to heavily outweigh your losers. That's how you make progress in this business. Okay. So strictly define your losers, right? Whatever dollar amount you want to make it. Let's say your losers can only be $100. Your losers can only be $500. Whatever that correct dollar amount is for you, make sure you strictly adhere to it because you need to cap the downside. You have to have very strict risk management. This is how you understand what is a big winner versus a small winner, right? If your risk every single time is only $100, then when your winners are $200 and above, that's a big winner because that's aiming for a 1 to 2 risk to reward. Okay, so how do we do that? First is fully defining the amount of risk that you're willing to take and strictly adhering to that and implementing that. Keep your losses a certain dollar amount. Do not allow it to be any larger than you're allowing them. Then you can understand what a big winner is, right? Aim for 1 to 2R. In my opinion, I don't move my stop losses. Maybe that's a unique thing. Maybe you want to do that too, but that allows me to reach for that 2R, right? Because price fluctuates. It goes up, down, sideways. So you don't want to rush your stop loss to placing it above your entry because price most likely is going to come back to break even before moving in its intended direction. It fluctuates all the time. Okay, so you have to be patient. You have to be more patient with your winners than your losers. You have to be very impatient with your losers. Okay? Define your risk. Understand what a small loss is so that you can understand what a big win is. Have very strict risk management and never allowing a large loss. Okay, and be patient with your stops. Okay, don't choke up your stop losses to the point where you don't get to see the move. Okay, patience, patience, patience. That's what it boils down to. Patience is truly a virtue. And I'm experiencing some of that right now because I'm saving a lot of mental capital and not being stuck in a position that's just going sideways. Patience. Hopefully that helps. Trying to provide value as much as I can. If I ever maybe misinterpret the question, feel free to just throw another comment in there to let me know if I'm on the right track or not. been backtesting a strategy and it has a 48% win rate over 2 to 3 months, going to keep working on it. If you're collecting data, I highly suggest that you have at least a year's worth of data. 300 trades, right? Not enough data could be just as bad as changing your variables throughout collecting data. You need to have credible information. You do that by testing the same variables and never changing them so that your data is very accurate. Then you need enough data in terms of time, because the market is very cyclical. The market goes into different stages throughout the year, whether it's consolidating, expanding, retracing. Okay, it goes through different periods of time. And that's why I'm saying that you need at least a year's worth of data to see if the strategy itself is proven throughout the different cycles. Just put more work in. And I guarantee you, more work equals more conviction. The more experience you get, the more decisive you will be in your decision making. So it's very beneficial all around. Very good question. All right. And, I'm not going to sit here and say sorry, because this is how I approach my trading business. If you came here for, some euphoric entertainment, I'm not the individual to be throwing trades on left and right every 2 seconds, oversizing just to see large numbers. That's not me. That's not how I conduct my daily life. That's not how I conduct my trading. I fully believe in less is more. I fully believe in quality over quantity. I fully believe in patience being a virtue. So, I've been in the live account for this is the 3rd week, and the amount of trades is, you can count them on one hand. So I take less trades than other people, and I'm okay with that. I'm not the individual to be doing this for entertainment. This is my trading business, so I'm journaling my day-to-day actions. Can you play the piano? How does that come up every time? The piano is not real. The backdrop is just a live stream backdrop. Maybe, at this point, the amount of times I've been asked to play the piano, I might just have to go out and get a piano and start getting piano lessons. That's fine. Ash, let's talk about increasing your capital instead of increasing your risk. That's a very phenomenal point to bring up. Okay, so I've been drilling the point that process over profits, right? Fall in love with the game plan that you've created for yourself and get extremely good at conducting that game plan. Okay? Because compounding does the heavy lifting, right? So there's a lot of people that come and chat and they say, oh, you have only made $300 today. So, on a typical month, you only make a couple $100. How would somebody live off of that? Well, what you're not seeing is the compound effect, right? When you copy trade, when instead of increasing your risk in terms of position size or the amount of trades you take, increase your capital, right? So now let's talk about that $300 winner. Excuse me. And then let's talk about how you're allowed to have 3 accounts at MyFundedFutures. Now you can see how increasing your capital can increase your gains without increasing your position sizing or your risk taken per trade. Okay. If you copy traded that same exact position across 3 different accounts, now you're looking at a $900 reward. You're literally multiplying your results by 3. So once again, this is where the progress is made. Instead of having some kind of emotional inducement because the numbers aren't large enough, you have some kind of desire to get to a certain goal at a irrational amount of time. Understand that compounding is a very valuable tool. Fall in love with the process and complete the process to the best of your ability, because once you have a profitable process, that's when you increase your capital. That's when you scale. You do the same exact thing, just with more capital. Okay? It's the same exact thing as any professional athlete. Right? You know, LeBron James was shooting a basketball in high school. The way that he increased, the way that he compounded was he was still shooting a basketball, but just now in the NBA. Right? Compounding is the tool that will get you to your goals. You do that by completing the same process over and over and over again. Once you realize that you have a profitable process, that's when you compound. There's a lot of people that come in here saying, oh, you only made $300 today. I can't live off of that. Well, what you don't see is that it's, copy traded across multiple accounts, and that it's not just $300. It's a much larger number than what you see on the screen. So compounding is a very strong tool. Thank you for bringing that up. That is a great conversation. That's also a huge mental hurdle that a lot of people come across because they want a certain result. So they force larger position sizes. They force more trades, thinking that'll get them to that result quicker, instead of thinking about compounding. Very good conversation. Thank you for bringing that up. So just to wrap up my session, I only have another 4 minutes here. I'm very happy with my decision making today. Now you can see how some of the logic that I point to in real time plays out, right? There's no hindsight here. You can't deal with hindsight because you need to know what price is doing before it's doing it. Okay, and you do that by analyzing probabilities, and the logic that you provide to your decision making is what will make you profitable or not. So my decision making today was I'm bullish, I'm looking for higher prices, but once I got to the hourly chart, I saw that there was divergences on both sides of the marketplace. I saw that the market structure was just in consolidation, we're just going sideways. So for that reasoning, I haven't taken any trade yet because I see that the probabilities are not as high as I want them to be. So I've chosen as a risk manager to save my risk, right? So every single time you have less expenses, that's a win, right? If you go into the day saying that you're willing to lose $300 today, well, when you don't lose $300 today, that's a $300 swing, right? I'd rather be break even. I'd rather have no trades than lose $300. And it was simply done by understanding the logic that I provide to my decision making through the concepts that I keep going over with everybody here every single week. So very great session today. Today's session is truly a patience is truly a virtue is what I was looking for. Patience is truly a virtue. Less is more, quality over quantity. The amount of mental capital and monetary capital that I saved today is a great way to start the week, right? There will always be another opportunity. We just need to focus on implementing our process and allow the results to be a byproduct of it. Okay. Very happy with today's actions. So we'll start the week flat. I do also have a time limit in which I trade. I'm going to be done for the day, right? I set aside the 9:30 to 12 window for my trading. Now that that has been completed, turn off all the devices, turn off the platforms, go work on your health, go to the gym, go work on other businesses, right? Don't force yourself upon the market. Fall in love with the justifications to your actions. Implement them daily. Okay. So I'll be flat for the day. Still nothing happening. This thing is just going sideways. And, I really have saved a lot of mental capital here this morning. In my opinion, they're probably just waiting for that Powell speech. I wouldn't be surprised if at 1 p.m. this thing makes up its mind and actually moves. Very good conversation today. Thank you, everybody, for all the questions and comments. It's really providing a lot of value.
I'm back.
Luke, how are you doing?
Wonderful session, Ash.
Yeah, slow day today. Not much really going on. Definitely a very good conversation.
Yeah, but even when it's slow, I think you do such a wonderful job of keeping it engaging and keeping it rocking and rolling.
Yeah, very valuable conversation. We did get to go over a bunch of information. So thank you again to chat. I really appreciate all the people that participate here. It really helps provide a lot of value with all those questions and comments.
All right, we've done a couple of giveaways, 3 so far, which means there are 3 to go. And as we can say goodbye to our dear friend Ash, I would like to say hello to our new friend back for week 2, Mr. Tom Sabo. So, Ash, we will see you in about 23 hours, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Hope everybody has a great day, and congratulations on the wedding again.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Have a nice day.
You as well. And as we're getting Tom in here, I'd like to remind everyone that if you go into the description of the YouTube video, you'll find a link and you'll find a code YouTube. This code will give you 20% off resets for Starter Plus and Expert accounts. That's right. This code will get you 20% off resets for Starter Plus and Expert accounts. Use the code, enjoy the code, cherish the code. And you will be able to get your accounts cooking again, have some ability to trade your evals. I'd also like to note that if you are a new customer, you've never been with MyFundedFutures before, you can use code YouTube and get 50% off any plan. So if you're an existing customer, you have plans, use code YouTube, you get the resets. If you're a new customer, you haven't been with us before, you can get 50% off of any plan. So that's the deal. That's the promo that we have cooking for y'all. And I hope that you find that to be satisfactory.
Hey, welcome.
And Tom, you're here.
I'm here. I'm glad to see you. Congratulations, you survived. All right.
I survived. It was lovely. I had a blast.
Awesome. Good to hear. The best weekend of your life, right?
The best weekend of my life, maybe. Yeah, it might have been.
It might have been.
It was great.
Awesome. Good to be back. Otherwise, I hope everybody had a great weekend.
Oh, yes.
All right. I was just tuning in for the last 12 or 15 minutes. I really love the topic with Ash about building up the accounts and, doing the heavy lifting with risk management and, the compounding effect. I really love that topic. So anyway, let's see the chat. What was going on? All right.
And before you get rolling, Tom, I want to put a link in the chat, which is a link to a form. And it's going to ask for feedback on how we make this next hour better. Anybody who submits the form, all they need to do is fill out the form and answer one question. They'll be entered to win a free Starter Plus account. How's that? You like that?
I think everybody will love it.
All right, I'm going to give you all 30 minutes to fill the form out. It's as simple as that. All right, and Tom, I'll pass it over to you to keep it rolling.
All right. Okay, you guys heard the man. Fill out that form, and let's keep it rolling. Feedback. The weekend was awesome. Not just for Luke, but for me too. I had some family time as well. So recharge the battery. New month, new opportunities. Welcome, everybody. And as I said, I love the topic and, discipline, consistency. Now, to be honest, I feel a little bit frustrated after Friday because I was preaching about standing by your trade and your entry setups. You guys might remember I was talking about that Mark Douglas book, Trading in the Zone and the Disciplined Trader. And instead, I just did quite the opposite on Friday, and I got to a little bit of a chop. Well, I must say, eventually, we did hit that 21,400 level, right? So at least give me the moral victory. We did that together. But anyway, it was a good session. And so as we're seeing the day right now, this is the 5-minute chart on my end here, and pretty much barcoding out. And as Ash was talking about the times he's trading, I would say, like for 90% of everybody, the best times to trade is obviously from that 9:30 open until somewhere around that 11 or 11:30 ish hour. And as I said last week, we can use this time to a little bit, reassess everything, regroup, and get everything charged, because all you can do is look back and maybe prepare for the PM session. Now, in the past couple of months, I have not really traded the PM session. I'm quite looking forward to it because I think that's something I'll do. But today, and I'm gonna do some recap as well. I think we had a great London session. The move here was absolutely amazing. So right now, as you see here on the 1 and the 5 minute, it's just basically nothing to do. It's that typical time of the day when you just sit on your hands and maybe you can journal, look back. And speaking of journaling, there's multiple ways to do that. I mean, that's not today's topic, but I do want to talk about that too. Like, there's multiple ways to journal. You can use softwares, you can use a simple notebook and a pen, or you can whatever. You can make videos of your trades. But anyway, always look back after a session or at the end of the day. Just a small key takeaway. Look back at the end of the day and just look at those levels, what might have been mitigated or taken out. Look back on your analysis. Was it correct or not? Now, this morning was quite an interesting one. Let me just go down. I mean, morning, I would say the London session as well. I'm going to be real quick in London. I mean, on this London session, because you might as well know or not, but I stream in the London session as well. So every day we kind of look for these setups. And, we outlined we outlined a level here on this 5 minute bullish order block or demand zone right here from last Friday PM session. We talked about this during the London stream. Bearish candle went down into this gap, pushed higher, multiple market structure shifts. I can't speak, man. Today's multiple shift to the upside. So this makes this area a perfect demand zone. It's really a nice one, textbook, I would say. And as we progressed through Sunday and to the London kill zone after 2 a.m., obviously it was a little bit slow. And I think after 2 a.m., we took a long position as well. But the big deal was when we approached this 5 minute fair value gap up there and we entered on the short. And as we did that, it was a nice little dump here down to that 172 area. So again, these zones, especially when they are really, really like a textbook ones, like they are working. And so I like that very much. And we outlined that 5 minute CB earlier from the Sunday. Yeah, from Sunday. This was at 9:30 p.m. And after the New York kill zone started at 7 a.m., as you can see, price really tried to reach for that. And then it just went down. There was a not too perfect bullish order block here that got some hold on price. And we saw a bit of a market structure shift. So what I did also on my MyFundedFutures funded account is I entered the long position. And so it wasn't such a big profit day today, but at least I made a couple of $100 on this beautiful long as we went up there. Now, after the open, this one, wasn't really expecting this. And I was actually quite sure that we were going to fall down right down there to that 141 to break that demand zone, but we didn't. Let me just go back to the 5 minute because I know there's lots of stuff on the chart. And right now, and basically that's it for the technical stuff. There's not much to do. The levels that I see is 456 as a flat candle up there on the 5-minute, both on the mini and the micro. So we might go up there. We do have that 21,500 as a beautiful round number. And of course, a 1-hour fair value gap up there at 537. And down there, we have that zone. So pretty much a coin flip again. Anyway, as we're moving on to the lunch hour, as I said, the most thing you can do is just look back and try to tape read what really happened throughout the day. And don't just look at the New York session, you know. So look back to the London session as well. Let me read a little bit of a chat here. Try to scroll back a little. Hey, Abstract. Do you have a scalp technique? Yeah, so scalping on my end is something, well, it's not my favorite type of trading. Like, scalping can really get you to like on tilt, to be honest. Like, scalping is the thing that really gets you on tilt. And scalping on my end is something when I see, for example, here on the 5-minute, we outlined this as well in the London stream. We have this bearish order block or supply zone. And I was pretty sure that we should hit that area, right? And that comes at 303. So this was a very dangerous one. And I didn't scalp this, but if I see a level, so let me just put this 303 here as that order block level. And it was right before the market open. If you really want to risk it for the biscuit, then you can go in for, you know, a couple of points here and there. Or if you see like a very important area, for example, this 5-minute CB here, you see a nice progression in up close candles. That's where I sometimes, I mean, I go to some scalping trades, most likely discretionally. So no exact technique is the answer, no exact setup. But I try to utilize that ICT 2022 entry model as much as I can. So for example, here, I think it's a good example again. Let me just show this one. So this demand zone, which is actually starting here. So price got here. This 1-minute candle was pretty much, well, it was not the perfect one, I know, at 7:01. But the good thing is this happened right after 7 a.m. And obviously we know that the kill zone starts after 7. And we started out with a nice little push here with a perfect, not too perfect, but a decent order block or demand zone. Now price got back here into this area. And what happened? The same situation as it being told by ICT. Market structure shift here and market structure shift here. Small shifts, you know. And of course, the fair value gap, which was here. And so you don't necessarily have to be below the midnight level if you have a good conviction that we should be hitting that level. So here was a nice entry, or maybe even higher once this candle has been taken out. You can go with an aggressive entry. And those are the times when maybe you can go for scalping, or you can use these kind of 2022 entries, you know. Anyway, about scalping techniques. Let's go back. What is happening? Still in the range. But one thing's for sure. Got to keep it, how should I say this? No oversizing, no overtrading. Even if you're scalping, you have to use some tight stops. You know. Let me look at the chat again. Yeah. Anyway, if you are looking for an example when not to pull the trigger, This is exactly the example that you're looking for. But since everybody wants to see some trades, don't worry, I'm not going to enter anything because I'm going to burn myself again. No, I'm not. Actually, today I had a good day. Well, this is the 5-minute chart. I'm not going to force anything. The problem here is that price is pretty much congesting into this 380-ish zone. And unless I don't see a displacement above this 416 or 17, at least for a scalp, at least for like a 15, 20 point scalp, I'm just not going to engage. And I guess the same goes for the other side as well. Somebody was asking me during London that, do I have a daily bias, by the way? I don't really have a daily bias, to be honest. Maybe that's a bad thing. When I start out the day, especially in the London session, and I'm trying to anticipate a daily bias, I pretty much got like married to the idea that if I say we're going to have a bullish day, I'm going to buy every dip, and it's just going to totally drain my account. So what I do is just, look for these major levels like swing high, swing lows, these order blocks that I showed you guys many, many times. And the good thing, starting out, for example, in the PM session, so if you use this time of the day and during the lunch hour to outline these levels, these supply demand order blocks, whatever your favorite levels, I would say it, then you will have a much better roadmap for the PM session, right? I would say maybe the most successful scalp trades, for example, are in the PM session because you know the levels already, right? So just keep that in mind. And it's very hard to do it in the London stream or London session. It's very hard to do it in London session because, yeah, obviously we're looking for those Asia highs and lows, but that's it. And especially on a Monday, like that's a huge question mark during London. I think we had an extremely good opportunity that the Friday PM session had this demand zone right down there. So let's see. Everybody wants the giveaway. I see that. So yeah, so you can use this time to look back and do the tape reading. And by the way, it should be a daily practice in my opinion. Let me do some more light here. So it should be like a daily practice, especially after the New York AM session. And I know it might be confusing having all these lines here. We have new week opening gap high. We have some other confusing lines here. Like, actually, I can delete some of these, which are not important anymore. But that's why if you just look back, put on your levels, it's going to definitely help you throughout the PM session. One more thing. Like the PM session kill zone, and does it start around 1 p.m. or 1:30? I'm not exactly sure by ICT terms, but keep in mind that your time is pretty much limited, right? So anyway, until 4 p.m. Mike, hey, could you elaborate on risk management? Sure. Well, it depends on, I would say risk management always depends on your account size, on your entry model, and on your risk to reward ratio, right? So there's no simple answer to say that, okay, just go in with 1 mini or 2 minis or 5 micros, because that's not the way it is, I think. If you're looking for, let me just go back to the 1 minute because we have this example here. So Risk management. Let's just go with the classic example of a 50K account. Okay. Don't forget that, 50K account, obviously, for example, the starter account has a daily loss limit. And I would say you should not risk more than about $200 per trade on a 50K funded, right? Now, there's this very useful tool here or indicator, which is in TradingView, which is called long position and short position. Now, we have this classic entry here. Let me just zoom in a little bit. And of course, we are targeting that 5-minute fair value gap. If you use this, you just put this indicator here. You set up your stop. I know lots of you don't really use this or trying to ignore this indicator, but it's very useful. If you double click on it, you can actually set up your account size, and you can actually set up your risk. So for example, you set $100 here, or let's just put in $200. Okay, so let's just go with $200, and this is going to tell you like the risk to reward ratio is 1.98. So basically you have the quantity of the micro contracts you should go in is 6.3. Obviously you cannot do 6.3. But for example, you go with 6 micros, right? You put your limit order here with 6 micros. You put your stop down here. This is very useful. It helped me a lot to set up my trades, and speeds up the risk management and really helps you with the calculation. This is going to help you to calculate this risk, and it's going in with 6 micros, 1 to 2 risk to reward. There you go. Obviously, it's not going to be that easy all the time, but in this scenario, this would have been a textbook trade. Now, I always tell you, and that's what I do as well. I always try to go for, we try to aim for 1 to 2 risk to reward. But usually when I take a partial or I just close down the trade earlier, I would say my average would be somewhere around 1.3, because many times I take a risk to reward ratio with 1 to 1. So, that adds together. Now, entering a position, and for example, like a $200 risk, and you would lose this, and re-entering with 12 micros, for example, just to double down, that's not something we should do. Obviously, like lots of us did it already. Oh my God, we are breaking higher. Okay, so we're breaking higher. I'm just watching this a little bit closely because I think I have a I think I have a new starter account I want to put this trade on. Let me check this. I missed the opportunity actually. So this is what we talked about. I'm sorry I wasn't really paying attention on the chart that much. So we broke this level, and we broke this level with a nice up close candle. Now there's a flat candle at 456.25. We're going to talk about that too. And here is the fair value gap. And if we zoom in, this was the entry, which I missed. So I missed the entry, and the take profit, the TP for this trade would be the flat candle. It sounds crazy, I know. But flat candle, let me give you an example here. This candle at 940 on the 5-minute chart, for example. It's also on the 1 minute, so don't worry. Let me get this off here. So this candle does not have a wick. The opening and the highest point is at the same exact price. Yeah, 56.25. Now, just look back, scroll back the charts on the next weekend, of course, and you will find a lot of these candles. But the higher the candle, the higher the time frame, the more the probability, especially when you're scalping, that these levels, when you see these flat candles, especially throughout like those trading hours when you have more volatility. But obviously we can see, I mean, the macro time is right now, I think, so it can't take it out. Flat candles, like, I mean, usually almost like these order block or supply demand levels like to be taken out. I would say this should be taking out that 56.25. I checked it already on the mini as well. It has the same price. So when I see these flat candles, the higher the time frame, the better. That's a potential draw on liquidity, right? Just a little technical stuff here again. Now, obviously, I missed my entry. But for example, risk management wise, if I would have put in a trade here, stop loss is here, and I'm aiming for that 56, I would put my TP, for example, at 55. Just because, you know, you never know. You never know. And look at that. 1.55 risk to reward ratio. So you can go with a 1.5. Almost 4.5 micros. So you can go with 4 or 5 micros on this trade, risking $200. I think it's a decent setup. So it looks good. Anyway, risk management wise, you know, you guys wanted to know that. Big Tick Energy, hello. Hey, Yamil, what's up? How's it going? Good to see some familiar faces here. Names, actually. Oh my gosh, there's a fighter jet maybe flying above the house. We have technically a Top Gun airbase not too far from here. DH, what up? Anyway, let me know if you guys have any questions. I'm happy to answer because this trade, I missed it already. I might put on a limit order. Maybe it will pick it up. And just look at that. We have a flat candle here too. The low is 427. 427.25. It might go down there to 27.25 to pick up some more orders. But I'd say that 56.25 is pretty much in the cards. Yeah. Is every day a trading day? Yeah. Yes and no. Because, for example, even on a bank holiday, you can say, yeah, you want to push the button. But once you decide you're not going to push the button, you're actually trading, right? And I liked when Ash was talking about his number of trades. Like he said something that he can count the trades on his hand, how much trades he takes a day or a week. Well, I'm trying to aim for the same as well. Now, I wanted to prove myself last Friday about that 21,400 level. So that's why I got myself chopped a little bit. I'm not going to force myself into that position again. It was quite uncomfortable. But sitting on your hands and not pushing the button is also trading days, basically. Right? Are the levels you're mentioning the support and resistance? Yeah, not really. I would call them supply and demand zones. You know, Yunus, I would say those are supply and demand zones. And just for the stream, and because I am net positive on the funded, I don't want to give back profits to the market. I'm going to put on a limit order, but I think I'm too late. Oh man, I'm too late again. I was just thinking to put on limit order at 27. The risk to reward ratio is not good. So if I would like to enter here, at least to the 1-to-1, that's just not good, right? No, it's not good. No, I missed it. I missed my opportunity for the second time. So one entry would have been here, and one entry would have been here on this level. Limit buy order here and here. So this was my second chance to get in the trade. I missed it. I believe that we are going for that 56. I'm not going to get in with the market order. If we go down, I might enter. If we go down, I might enter with a limit order. Anyway. We might. Hello, darkness, your friend. We're not singing that. It's not like that. Do you trade with 1 minute time frame? Sky is blue. I enter on the 1 minute and the 3 minute and the 5 minute time frame, whichever gives me a better A+ setup. But it has to be in confluence with like if I enter on the 5 minute, I definitely look for on the 1 minute, I definitely look for the 5/15 minute. My higher time frame during day trading is the 1 hour. I know you guys might say, oh, but what about the 4 hour? That's cool too. I'm just not watching it that much. I mean, maybe if I see a textbook level on the 4 hour, I put the line there just to remember, or maybe a daily. But otherwise, my highest time frame is the 1 hour. That's what I try to, anticipate, or certain levels, If it comes back to the first fair value gap, will you take it? Yes, I think I will, because I think I will take it because I think the draw on liquidity is still valid at 456 on the 1 and the 5 minute as well. So if it would like to sweep more orders below 27 or below that 20, or 20, those are good areas to jump in. So maybe, talking about that, like DCAing and stuff, if I enter it with a small position here around 26 or 27, and I missed it again, and if it goes down, maybe I add once more. So just a little bit of an extra to risk management, because I was getting questions if I add more to a certain trade setup. Yes, but most likely only at once, maybe. So I don't really like to add too much. Obviously, it happened before. It might happen again. For example, here, you know what? All right. I took a small position with the market order, and I am going to target. And if it goes down to 17, I might going to add a little bit more to it. This is only on evaluation account. Okay, so no big deal. But I might add to the trade once again. I'm going to show you guys in a second. Yeah, so that's it. One more micro. So 4 micros into this trade. And I'm looking for that 55. I'm not necessarily looking for a huge trade here, but I'm still hoping that it will pick up and it might go up there. Okay, so let me just find it here because I have it here on Quant Tower. No, where is it? Oh, here it is. So here's the trade. Can I put this? Okay, it's better. Like this. Obviously, it can go down. I'm not going to be crying about it. It's just, we talked about that level, so why not? Anyway. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, just like French's trade says, you got to adapt. Vision or VZN, I'll try my best. I'll try my best, Used to trade on a 1 minute, but as soon as I shifted bigger time frame, my life feels better. Lighter, less miserable. So yeah, let me put that out as well. Like there was a time when I strictly closed out the trade on the 1 minute. So I was just trading on the 5 or the 15-minute chart. It definitely helps you a lot in risk management, and you're not going to overtrade that much. Now, as I said last week, I know many of you guys might be trading on the 15-second or 30-second chart. I don't know how you can do it. I don't know. Honestly, the 1 minute chart can give you plenty of setups already, even on a slow day, Vision, Tom, what made you even start trading, and how has it impacted your daily life routine, and what's a challenge you still face? Okay. So I love this question. Thank you so much. Thank you for the question. So the thing that started me trading, so I would say I was infected with trading. First of all, ever since I was much younger, I always loved those movies and everything where you just see those people, pushing the button and, they're making a bunch of money, blah, blah, blah. And it was, I always loved that kind of feeling. And then in 2007, when I was 23 years old, I saw some Forex courses. I talked about this last Wednesday, and I really liked it. And I saw some expert advisors. Back in the days, there was no prop firms. And then I left trading, and it always got to my mind that, my God, with just a single laptop from the comfort of your home, you can actually change your life, be your own boss, pay your own paychecks. Print your own paychecks. I'm sorry, guys. English is not my native language. Sometimes I do have to think about what I'm saying. But, print your own paychecks. And I think it's just fantastic, because all you need is a single laptop or your mobile, whatever. I don't know how you guys can trade on mobile phones, by the way. I never could. So, and this is just awesome. This is just so great. I think we should be grateful that we're living in these times when you can print money from the comfort of your home. And the cherry on the top, as I used to say, is having a prop firm behind you. As I said last Wednesday, back in 2017, 18, when I got back to trading, I said, oh man, it would be so awesome if I would have the capital, or the leverage, I should say, the leverage to trade with, because, with small money, you can make small profit. Anyway, my daily routine is, by the way, because I'm streaming every day on YouTube, London and New York sessions. So being on YouTube, also part of my job, my business, and it's kind of multiple stream here, multi streams, but I love it. And so my daily routine always to get up early, go for some walk, focus, be grateful, get to the charts, go do the analysis. And then the biggest challenge I'm still facing is it has to do something with YouTube, I guess, but in a positive way. So when I started streaming in 22 and early 21, the biggest challenge was not to do too many stupid things on stream. And as you can see, last Friday, I did some stupid things, right? But so that was a challenge. Sometimes it's still a challenge. But it also helped me a lot, because being on YouTube and here with you guys, and also on my stream as well, helps a lot to do the analysis, to look back and just do it together. Talk about the levels, the setups. It also like a journal to me. So I think Ash was talking about this last week. I definitely agree with that method, and that's why I think it's just awesome to say that, being here on YouTube also helped me a lot, but also gave me the biggest challenge in trading, because some viewers do want to see some action. They want to see entertainment, and obviously, partially, that's why we're here. but I want to share education as much as I can as well. Obviously, I'm not the kind of guy who's gonna make, not yet at least, 100K on a day or a week, but we'll do it, by the way, together here at MyFunded TV. We're gonna do it because one of my goals for this year, by the way, just saying, don't tell anyone. I'm not even sharing this with anyone at MyFundedFutures. But one of my goal is I'm not even going to take a payout from my funded account. I'm going to compound it, just push it higher and higher. And I really want to prove myself and to you guys as well that we can make a good amount of profit managing one account. So obviously the goal is not to blow up accounts left and right. Okay. So that's what we're doing. And that's one of the goals for this year. So hopefully we can get there together. That is what we're doing. Let me just check this position because, okay, we're in the positive at least. We're in the green, guys. We'll see if we hit that 56. Hopefully we will do real soon. So, yeah, we still need like 22 points. No, actually 27 points up there. Okay, let's see. It's a 50K account, by the way, DH. But yeah, we're going to make 100K this year. Why not? That's the goal. That's the goal. Grow that account.
Tom.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt?
Absolutely.
All right. First, I'd like to put a bounty out there for our next giveaway, which is going to be when we're at 800 viewers. So like the stream, share the stream, get it cooking. Second, I dropped a forum in the chat. In said forum, as I asked for what the users would like you to cover more of, as we're newer to this segment here. Interested in hearing some of the responses? That was not a rhetorical question, Tom.
Right.
The answer is yes. You do want to hear it. Risk management was the leading answer. Setups and how you look at setups was number 2. Psychology was up there. And last but not least, just entry and exit triggers. That's what the users are hoping to hear from you.
Okay. Entry, exit triggers, psychology. I like that. We can talk about those stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. And I said we give away some free Starter Plus accounts. We're going to give away 5 right now to anyone who filled out the forms. Again, we want to build this program. We want to build this show with you. These are randomized winners. We are spinning the wheel. Let's give it a go.
Let's go.
First one on the way for your Starter Plus account. And it is going to Mike G. We're spinning again. Winner number 2. Going home with the free 50K Starter Plus account. Horizon Trades. And I see the chat's wanting more spins. Should we do a couple extra spins, Tom?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Of course.
You think so? All right, here's the third spin. Mic testing. The mics are hitting it today. And users can win more than once. If you're really lucky, you can win more than once. Our fourth winner going home with the free 50K Starter Plus account. Free account. Ambatia. And more is to come. Like I said, 800 is the next level that we're looking at. We're looking for 800 viewers in the chat. Number 5, the GOAT Q17. Should we do a couple more?
Oh, definitely, please. I
How many,
told you
5
last
more?
week. I told you 200 last week. Why we're not doing 200? I don't get it.
All right. If they rally it to 800, maybe I'll do a bigger giveaway. All right. Result design. Again, we've done a handful of different giveaways today. We did the speed ones, whoever's fastest. We snuck some codes on the screen. We've done 2 form fills with the lucky magic wheel. Oh my God, somebody won twice. It must be your birthday if you won twice. That's all that I'll say. This is spin number 8. I said 5. We're going to 10. This is spin number 8. Joshua is the big winner. 2 more.
Let's go.
What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Whistle higher. And last but not least, Francisco is going home with an account.
Nice.
You did not win. You did not get the confetti. You did not see the fun, the action. Don't worry. Stay tuned. There is more to come. The next level we're looking for is 800 on the viewer count. And Tom, I will stop interrupting you and pass it back to you, sir.
Absolutely no problem. All right, congratulations for the winners. Wow. Guys, I don't know. I will try to come up with some kind of an idea to have more giveaways for next time, all right? I will try to think about it. Maybe I can persuade Luke or someone else here at MyFundedFutures maybe to do more. But congratulations. Awesome. So, by the way, let me look at this position again. Okay. So we're still in the green. Hopefully it will stay that way. Okay, so entry exit triggers, psychology, and oh man, I forgot the other ones. But yeah, those are the topics that I think we should cover throughout the week. And I think the hardest part, by the way, speaking of psychology, is that we talked about earlier when not to trade. If you ask me what is and visions is still your answer, because that was a real good question. The hardest obstacle for me is, acquiring the skill to sit on my hand. Yeah, it's easy because I can sit on my hand right now. Super easy. But really, seriously, it's just the hardest thing to do by not pushing the button. I think so far since I've started trading, that's the hardest thing to do, not to push the button. You see the chart, maybe you even have a good analysis, right? Of course, why not? You see the levels, you do the tape reading. I'm going to tell you something. It helps a lot to ease those feelings, the urge to push the button. When you do the tape reading, trust me on that. When you do the tape reading, it actually, draws your attention away from pushing that button, because I think that's the hardest thing to do, just to sit on the sidelines and watching price action. Obviously, it's always easy to look back and look for those levels, but I think that is the most difficult stuff to do. And as I said last week about this, by not pushing the button is also trading. And we talked about this here on this stream as well. So that is also trading. Even if you're not putting on any single trade on a given session, just watching price action, that's actually trading. That's a position. The only position that guarantees you that you're not going to lose money, right? That's the only position. So that's the hardest. And one of the goals for this year for me, on a personal note, is to put on less trades. Less is more, actually. So once you have your analysis and you don't see your entry setup triggering, then you're just not doing anything crazy, right? Try not to or reduce those kind of discretionary entries or trades based on solely your feelings. I know that as time goes by and you spend more and more time in front of the charts, it comes automatically that you're going to develop some kind of a skill, quote unquote skill, for that. You're just going to have a feeling that if you've seen a lot of flat candles, for example, that we just talked about, after a certain amount of time, you're just going to have that extra feeling like I have now that, oh my, I think we're going to hit that. There's a good chance that we're going to hit that area. But until you don't see the setup, you don't enter. And that is the point. So not pushing the button and walking away. Oh my God. The other thing about speaking about obstacles, the other hard thing to do is to completely walk away from the chart, from the computer, or walk away outside, walk outside the house or whatever. Just go do something else. I think that is just as hard as not to push the button, especially after a red day, especially on a Friday. On a Friday after a losing streak or maybe one or two losses, leaving your account in the red, the ability to stand up and walk away is just as hard to do as not pushing the button. Maybe even harder, by the way, because who wants to leave the account for a weekend in losses, right? That is just so bad. What are some key characteristics for a profitable trader? Key characteristics? Be grateful. Meditate. Don't rush into the trades. If you see your setup is gone, then just don't do anything. But speaking about characteristics, be grateful for your friends and family. Read a lot. Learn. Eat healthy food. Get up early. Go to the gym. That's the one thing I still need to do. I also go to the gym, but not as much as I like to. Go to the gym. Have that daily routine for a healthier life. I guess it's a cliche to say it like that, but definitely these things you have to follow. And if you say that it's easy and you can make money every day, $10,000, $5,000, whatever, maybe you will. But if you're just starting out with trading or with prop firms, then I'd say, maybe you have too high expectations. So anyway, how often do you go to the gym? That is a secret. I'm not gonna actually. So this year there was a good run for me to the gym. In March and April, I went to the gym 3 times a week or 4 times. Now last month in May, I'm not too proud of it, but only 1 or 2 times on average, mostly on the weekends. So I'm not too proud of it. So I still have my personal goals as characteristics of a future good trader. But yeah, one of those is to go to the gym much more. I need to lose weight as well. And by the way, we were also talking about this in my stream that I think, having a standing desk for trading is actually a good idea. I think I might going to invest in a standing desk. That's how you call it, right? So that would be a good idea. Anyway, if you don't like to go for workouts, you can go for a nice walk. Nice night for a walk. Anyway. Yeah, so that's something you can do. And obviously eat healthier. Meditating, by the way, is also something you can practice that helps you with focusing on the charts and focusing and giving you strength not to push that button. Go for a hike, go somewhere, or maybe bicycle. That's also walking desk is good too. Take a walk at night around 10-11 p.m. and get mugged. Not really. I like to walk at night, by the way. Nighttime. I like those walks. Thank God we live in a neighborhood here. I don't have to be afraid of muggers. But anyway, that is really something you have to look for. Let me just go back here pretty much barcoded. What's the time right now? Oh yeah, so we're in the lunch hour. Let me look at something here on higher time frame. Yeah, the 5 minute. Let's look to the left. There's not too good looking order block at 460. Not that important. So I am very curious of how this one's going to go. I'm really, really curious how this one's going to go. But anyway, next question. Ask away. I'm just scrolling the chat back. Naomi, hello. I taken over. Yeah, everything here. So I'm from Hungary. Juniper, I'm from Hungary, Europe, but not from Budapest. I live about 100 kilometers south from Budapest. Nice little town. What action figure? Finally, the most useful question on a trading stream. Now, don't tell this to anyone. I'm a bit of off topic here. I love video games, and this, you might know, is, what's this called? PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. You know, this action figure is from that video game. You know, kind of brings me luck there. So I just leave it at that. From PUBG, of course. I know that. I put in 4,000 hours into that game. But anyway, let's move on. Tom, do you know if it's resets or accounts? I don't really understand the question. I don't know about the resets right now, especially not with PUBG. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. SMT with ES and NQ. I'm seeing that on my left here. I was a gamer a few years ago. That was actually, oh, no. I wasn't really a gamer, but I was like, I liked the game back in the days, you know, the usual stuff. Look at this. Oh my gosh, this position is going to the dumpster again. Guys, this is just amazing how NQ has a special kind of treatment for me on the stream. Oh my gosh, we hit the 800, actually 900 viewers now. My favorite game. I don't have a gaming Discord for that. I think we might be going down for that 5 minute fair value gap here. I think my trade is going to hit the stop, but so here's that gap. And so unfortunately, well, if you guys want to scalp it, it's up to you. How far is that? 10 points. Pretty much seems like it wants to hit that level. It's just picking up liquidity from this drop, and that's it. I think I'm going to exit my trade. No, I'm not going to exit my trade. Not now. That is down there. I'm going to leave it for now. I'm not going to do the same mistake I did last Friday. Anyway, back to psychology, right? Let's see the questions. Do we have anything to end this segment? Oh my gosh, time flies so fast, especially if we have giveaways. Right. Okay. So we have some good topics covered in this session. And if you guys want me next time to talk about the psychology aspect of this, the game, you know, the trading game, then I would be happy to come up with some good topics about this, because I definitely have a few about this ready for the next session. Goulash. Oh, I would love to have some. Yeah, I mean, I would love to answer more questions, and I know I'm a little bit slow behind the chat because I'm looking everything at once, but I'm scrolling as much as I can. And guys, I'm I'm really trying to answer what I see, but I definitely want to. So I want to use up this segment next time and throughout the week to talk about these kind of stuff, because obviously forcing ourselves into a setup, especially on a barcode chart like this, is not going to help us. It's not going to do any good for us. We can still, I mean, we can put up those levels that we talked about, and we can anticipate some levels as drawn liquidity. But again, prime example, yes, we took that long. Yes, we took that. High risk, low probability trade, but we do what we can. We do the best what we can. Let me see if we have some questions here. So as I said, I obviously going to use this time of the day for those kind of topics. I think it would help lots of you guys. It's talking from experience, right? So yeah, it seems like we're back to the green, maybe. Slightly. Anyway, I'm kind of curious if later throughout the day we're going to see that 456. I'm kind of curious. But anyway, thank you, by the way, everybody, for the questions and for the ideas. I'm going to get some topics for you guys tomorrow. That's for sure. So what do we have? Free resets. It's not my department. I do my best.
Yeah, we're working together on it, okay?
Oh yeah. We're gonna work on it together.
All right.
Sure.
I said if we rallied up to 800 viewers, we might have a little surprise here. All right. You see our good friend Matt. I see him hanging out in the background. So we're gonna get rolling to our next tower. But again, there might be a little surprise for those paying attention.
Let's go.
For rallying up that viewer count. But Tom, I would like to thank you. I will see you back in 23 hours, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you, chat. And thank you for the questions. It was awesome to be here, and can't wait for it. Let's go, everyone.
Woo.
Cheers.
Cheers. All right. And as we say goodbye to Tom, I'd like to remind everybody that code YouTube with the link in the description will get you 20% off resets. If you've never been with us before, you have no accounts to reset, you can use that same code to get 50% off of any new account. Woo! Matt, what is going on, my friend?
What's up, guys? Luke, married man now. How you feeling?
Married man. Let's see. Oh, yeah.
How was the, I'm sure you've probably been answering questions. Tell our viewers, how was the ceremony? How was everything?
It was great. I mean, it was a ton of fun. Let me see if I still have my pictures up to show you. I made a little folder of pictures to share with the chat.
Yeah, we definitely got to see it.
All right, hold on. Share this tab instead. All right, can we get my screen up, please? Oh, look at that.
Aww.
Isn't that cute?
That's nice. That's a really nice suit, man. You weren't
Thank
kidding
you.
about that.
I designed it myself. Willy
Wonka suit. You weren't kidding. Yeah, I love it.
Full Willy Wonka. Purple, and I'll show you what the end of the night looked like. I got my face painted like a tiger. That's what happens when you let me loose of the face painter.
Was it outdoor or indoor wedding?
Outdoor at the zoo under like a big tent.
Yeah. So the weather was good. Like nothing looked nice in the photos.
Yeah, it was great. It's Michigan, so it's chilly here. It was probably like 60 degrees, 65 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
But for us Midwesterners, that is balmy. That's good. We can do that coming off of winter.
Good, man. Well, you have a honeymoon, I'm sure. I think you said something last time. I can't remember when you guys.
Yeah, 3 weeks out.
3 weeks. That's right.
So the honeymoon will be much fun.
Yeah.
So awesome. Well, Matt, I told users that they're going to have a little surprise on the screen. I think maybe we'll do a little randomized form fill giveaway as well. But in addition to that, what do we have rolling around?
Right now, I've been long in the market pretty much all day. I've been having some fun with that. I longed at the start of the day, took a hit, started longing throughout the rest of the day, kind of got everything back and sitting in a long position now. At 25 minutes until Powell comes through and starts breaking all of our hearts. So hopefully he doesn't say anything crazy. And then other than that, it's a pretty clean, easy day. Not really that many big earnings or anything this week. I think AVGO on Thursday, AVGO. But other than that, light news week, light earnings week. And we're just kind of like see if this transitional area we're at in the market is just a pause until we go up to higher highs. And, just listening for, Trump tweets as we usually do. So I'm riding this long. I've been scalping this range for the last hour and a half. It just dips and grabbing the dip and holding long. I've got one contract on it. You can see it on my screen. Just seeing if this does break out. We're seeing key pivots. I'm trying NASDAQ today. So 440 is a key pivot. If we break at 440, it's just a free ride up a couple hundred points. It could be like a 4-to-1 trade. So I'm pretty excited about it. Trading in my brand new shiny MyFundedFutures live account as well, and put about 2,000 profit in that account today. So I'm excited about that. Right out the door.
All right. So you're having a big Monday. You're feeling good on this Monday.
Feeling kind of good-ish. There's no bad signs right now on the market, but there just seems to be like random selling that's coming out of nowhere, and all the data and stuff looks good. We saw some early morning rotation from certain like consumer discretionary and consumer staples into tech, and now we're seeing a little rotation out of tech into utility. It's just people are just moving money around. There's not really like a strong force across all the sectors, and it's kind of a lighter volume day, it feels as well. And yeah.
All right. Well, before I turn it over to you, I'd like to place a link in the chat for a form to fill out. All you have to do is give us your name and what you would love to see Matt cover as we're rolling into week 2 here, and you will be entered to win a free account. How does that sound, Matt?
That sounds lovely.
We got a wheel today too. Last week we were picking out of Excel randomizer. Today we have a wheel, so we're moving up in the world.
Ooh.
The wheel makes a nice sound like yeah, it's fun. So it builds a lot of suspense. It's a 5-second spin, which is a little long, but the suspense is significant.
The suspense makes it worth waiting for, That's the whole reason to have the wheel, the anticipation. And you need a good wheel song to play while you're spinning the wheel also.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So
Gosh,
cool.
man.
All righty, my friend. Over to you.
Oh, thanks. So that looks like a little Google Docs form. So fill that out. You guys enter the giveaway. I am sitting here watching paint dry. You guys can join me in that. I'll just give you a little bit of analysis here. I was listening to while I was backstage, I was listening to some of the same kind of like frustration that I was having with the market. Like, my position's green. My position's red. My position's green. My position's red. This is just what it's been like pretty much all day. We saw that same kind of choppy range on NASDAQ. Let me make this a little bigger so you guys can see all of it. We saw the same choppy range on NASDAQ. Right out the door, I took this long. I tried the long again and lost, longed again and lost, and then longed again and won and won and won and won and won. So now I'm long again, seeing how this works. This is a really key area, though, this 440 level. If we do break through this, the market has a clean shot up to like 537 and 587 are my 2 upper pivots. I've got a contract on it just to ride it out to see what I get. And hopefully something good. Today, were y'all extremely frustrated with the market today? I'm going to tell you, if you were, you're not alone. I was too. And I just, you guys know I was going to show you my 3 big indicators at the bottom called resiliences. There's 3 different ones. All 3 of them were bullish. NASDAQ, all 3 of them were bullish as well. S&P top, NASDAQ bottom. And all 3 of them are bullish. The market's nice and clean. And what shouldn't have flushed out somehow flushed out and recovered back to where it normally should have been. And I started my long positioning from there. My original longs got stopped out, but whatever happened, I kind of like boiled it down to just some really heavy sector rotating. Other than that, just kind of is weird. There's not a lot of momentum. The market's just like pressing higher and then stopping and pressing higher and stopping. And the same choppy nonsense we've been dealing with for the last hour is still here. Not been great. I think a lot of right now, Powell is speaking in about 20 minutes. So I think a lot of what Wall Street's doing just waiting for Powell to come in and say something. If you've been trading long enough, you'll know that Powell really doesn't go off script that much. I mean, Powell literally speaks like every word is formulaic to not mess with the stock market. He never says anything if he doesn't want to that'll move the market, but still Wall Street is listening for any evidence it can of any kind of movement. Powell can hint something. With tariffs, what you're now as a trader, your job is to get a couple steps ahead. If you're in the conference or you're in the speech or in the whatever, and you're listening for the news and then reacting, you're kind of a step behind everyone else. A smarter trader, and we'll inspire you guys here to be smarter traders. Remember, in trading, you want to be smarter and you want to be faster. These are the two rules to get ahead. To be smarter and faster, you have to think about whatever somebody's motivations are and what's going to make them say the different things they could say. So with Powell, right, we start at the end, and in engineering, we call it root cause analysis. You start the end and you'll work backwards. So at the end is, are we raising rates, cutting rates, no rate cuts? Where are we at on that spectrum, right? Right now, my position is right back to like break even. So what would make us cut rates? What would make us raise rates? What would make us keep rates the same? Raising rates, not on the table. We have a dot plot that comes out every once in a while where you can see what every single Fed committee member wants to vote on the rate to be. None of them voted on rate hikes. None of them. So despite the differences in opinions, 0 of them, last dot plot, believed we needed rate hikes this year. Some of them believed we needed rate cuts down to about 2 this year. And the rest of them didn't think we should get much based on, changes, tariffs and stuff might create some kind of additional inflation, have them have different considerations for that. So right now, the idea is, okay, are we either cutting rates or not cutting rates? And rate hikes off the table, rate cuts or no rate cuts. And they've been very specific, at least Powell has in all of his speeches, talking about how rate cuts are completely dependent on some things, the labor market, inflation. There's a lot of data points they look at, but mostly it's inflation. The Fed's primary job, apart from printing money, is to control inflation through this federal funds rate. When they raise the rate, it destimulates lending, and credit cycling credit slows down and the cycle kind of comes down the other way. And if they lower the rate, then it incentivizes like banks to push money out into loans for you guys and like for us to spend. So when you think about if the Fed wants to slow down or speed up credit and other things, lending especially, what could happen is that the market can go very quickly and inflation can speed up. And they don't want to do that if there are tariffs that are already adding what's projected to be 6% inflation into the already inflated world that we live in. Now, it's been a couple of years since the 2022 recession, and the CPI has come down from, its kind of medium high level of 5 down to like the mid 2s. And so we're almost close to the 2% target, right? The Fed wants a 2% target before they cut rates. And we're almost there. We're not there quick enough. And the projections we might get 2 rate cuts this year are basically betting on how quickly we get to the 2% inflation. Now, tariffs are going to cause price raises all across the board. So we're kind of far away from these rate cuts, right? I don't think we're going to get any this year if we're starting to have tariffs with a lot of, price raises due to that. So next thought we have to think is, what's going to make Powell say something to the contrary? Wall Street's already pricing this in. The big rally that we have, since we crashed out last month is kind of halting and stopping. And any evidence that the Fed's going to cut rates would send the market straight up because nobody's expecting that to be the answer right now. So what would cause Powell to say anything related to possible faster rate cuts or rate cuts quicker? And you have to say that all the things he's been saying lately and all the press conferences and things he's been talking about have just been very muted as far as hinting that we're going to get any kind of rate cuts this year. And everybody that asks him, he dodges the question real quick. So it's kind of like, what would Powell say today to hint to the otherwise? What new information has come out that's hinted that they may have said that rate cuts are more probable? That's what we want to hear, for him to say it's more likely we'll get a rate cut, or it's less likely we'll get a rate cut. For the most part, Wall Street's betting that Powell's going to say nothing. He's going to stay the course. We're going to kind of stay. Oh, there's my kind of stop-ish area. 400 is where I want to see this. I have just one contract on it just to see if I can get anything good on that trade. But I'm not going to stop out on it just yet. So when he talks, your thought is what's going to motivate him to say one way or the other. If he says anything hinting at rate cuts, the market's going to go straight up. If he says anything hinting at no rate cuts, the market could flip out and go down. I don't think he wants to stir the boat, and that's my getting ahead of what he's going to say is I don't think or rock the boat. I don't think he really wants to create any kind of turmoil in the markets today. So anyways, I think Wall Street's waiting just to see if anything's going to happen. I think that with the idea that tariffs are on the table and not promising that we're going to get anything better anytime soon with China, that I think we're going to get any rate cuts this year, maybe not even next year. The inflation due to the tariffs can be just like, 2022 all over again. CPI of 4, 5, 6, and 7. And at that point, the Fed's not going to touch the market at all. And we are also still in a mode of quantitative tightening. And you're probably going to listen for him to hint at their rate of the balance sheet roll-off. Obviously, that has been slowing down, which is better than the balance sheet. I guess better for the bulls side, right? The bulls like to see when the Fed buys a lot of assets because it props the market up. And when in quantitative tightening, they let their, the things that are on their balance sheet expire, mature, and they don't bring more things on faster than the rate of things falling off. So things have been falling off their balance sheet, but the rate at which they've been falling off has been slowing down. So it's kind of like Fed is taking a more neutral stance rather than a very strict quantitative tightening stance. It's like less and less tightening, but it doesn't mean they're loosening just yet. No quantitative easing yet. So I think that the two things we want to listen for is what he's going to say relative to, are we going to get a rate cut next year or this year? The other thing is if there's any hints on adjusting that balance sheet towards leaning towards easing or hinting towards easing, Wall Street would love to hear that. Other than that, we've already kind of priced in the fact that we're not getting rate cuts and we're still in QT. So now you guys heard that whole long, boring speech. Those of you that are still awake, a trader does that in their head while they're sitting here. And that's kind of the point for you when you're thinking, okay, what's going to happen? Trump's talking, Powell's talking. You don't want to sit there and listen to the news and then respond to what happens. Think of it like a puzzle and try to piece out everyone's motivations. And now I know I'm listening for two things. What's he saying about the balance sheet and what's he saying about the probability of rate cuts this year? And I'm going to listen for just those couple of things. And then I'm going to think about what's Wall Street motivations. They've already priced in the expected and they're going to probably freak out on the unexpected, right? As a trader, always try to think we got 5 hours since we got here today to have a lead time into that speech. So we can't just sit here on our hands and stare at the price action and twiddle our thumbs at these candles. We got a lot of time to wait. Might as well a lot of time to think. Right. So question, I have a poll for you guys. We're actually a poll, but in chat, do you guys think we get rate cuts this year or not? Let's go on that same theme here. Rate cuts or not? What do you guys think? Because I am on the fence of hell no, as most people are thinking no, 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 no. Some people think yes. Most people think no. And now we know the rate cuts are completely dependent on tariffs, which is really the only thing that I think that's kind of limiting the Fed's action, right? Well, most people are saying no. Right. I'm in that same boat. Maybe one surprise cut. Jimmy said one surprise cut. I would say that one surprise cut wouldn't surprise me. At some point into the year, a surprise cut comes out of nowhere. Maybe that, but probably as good as we'll get, probably like one. Yeah. Trump always chickens out. Well, in the trade war, the thing is that it's mutually assured destruction to really press people so hard. I mean, everyone else around the world there's two parts to commerce. There's somebody that makes something and there's somebody that buys something. And one side can't bully the other side because you're both needed for you both to survive. In a Nash equilibrium, which is a mathematical thing, two competing sides must come to reasonable conclusion where both of them at least benefit partially from the arrangement, rather than one person trying to beat the other one outright. Because in a situation where if we beat China outright or they beat us outright, we both lose. It's mutually assured destruction. So Trump kind of has to chicken out, because we kind of buy everything everyone makes, and everyone kind of makes everything we buy. And then kind of neither one of us can kind of edge the other one out. Last trade war we had was a bunch of chest beating and the same thing. And we had to fold because, we were starting to create problems in the market, problems in the economy. And at the end of the day, it's probably going to be the same thing this time around. You know what I mean? So Daddy Trump put on the pressure, but I think them calling each other's bluffs, they both need each other. So they can't really completely crush each other in the negotiation process. It's usually going to end up with probably a less, maybe tariffs will be there going forward, but I don't think it's going to be really bad. I don't think it's going to be the hundreds of percent. I don't think any of that's going to stick. Rate cuts 30, LOL. We have a higher chance of Luke doing a 200 expert account giveaway than getting a rate cut this year. Yeah, probably. China has all the cards. I would say so. I would say that, I don't think we can do much in this negotiating process without really messing things up for ourselves. But I saw the trade war last time around. I was trading at the same time. It was the same song and dance. It was like a scripted thing that we're replaying, like, trade war part 2, China strikes back. This is like episode 5 of the saga here. And it's the same thing, it's the same exact story. I don't think it's going to end any differently than last time. Wall Street's certainly playing it the same way. The market freaked out and crashed last time around, and then recovered and slowly recovered and just hung in there. And then once everything kind of fizzled out, Wall Street just stopped caring about it. China strikes back. Hopefully this saga doesn't have Ewoks in it. It was probably one of my favorite parts of Star Wars as a child, and one of my least favorite parts as an adult, even though the Ewoks are cute. It was kind of like very 1980s to have a movie full of puppets. But anywho, this trade, holding on to it, up 300, down 300, up 300, down 300. Breaking this 440 range is really nice. I have a nice little 4-to-1 breakout trade on NASDAQ. If this turns into a runner today, it's big. That's why I just have one contract on the table to see if I get anything out of it. No Ewoks. I got to tell you, man, it was like a little dated. If you're an 80s kid like me, and you remember every movie you watched in the 80s was always like some puppet, some, rubber creature, and some kid or some people. And like there was there were so many different, you had like the Labyrinth, you had like Mac and Me, you had like E.T., you had all of them. And it was like a trend to put a puppet in a movie, right? This was like with the 80s. Ooh, let's get this breakout. Okay, I like seeing the breakout. I'm still long. I haven't budged. Alf. Oh gosh, even Alf the TV show was like cringy, but I liked it. But as an adult, it doesn't really age well. But yeah. But it was kind of like, I always thought Return of the Jedi was too corny compared to how awesome and dark Empire was. But that's just me. I'm a huge Star Wars fan. You guys may know that. Code Ewok 420. Yeah. But yeah. My TV, I have a Samsung TV, and they have this movie station. I think it's like called Samsung Network or something. There's like regular TV stations that come with the Samsung, but it's not a TV station. It's like a station to just play some kind of show. There's literally an Alf station. You can watch Alf all day long on my TV, which is crazy. All right. So everyone here, favorite Star Wars movie? Do you guys have a favorite? What's the best one you've seen? What's the worst one you've seen? Oh, let's go. Break out that 440 range. I've got that 4-to-1 sitting here. I'd love to take it. I'm at $500 on this, but I don't want to count my blessings too quickly, but this is looking really solid, I think, for today. Revenge of the Sith. Okay. Interesting. That was a good one. Even a better question after y'all answer this. Do you like the prequels or do you not like the prequels? That's like kind of one of the bigger debates. Now, somebody that's an 80s kid like me, the prequels came out when I was in high school, okay? And I remember it being such a huge thing. When Phantom Menace was coming out, it was everywhere. Taco Bell was on it. You could go there and you can get like Phantom Menace cups for your Mountain Dew. They had like a Mountain Dew flavor. I don't know what it's called. Maybe it was like Darth Maul Punch or something. At the time, we all saw it and we were like, the prequels are kind of meh. But in hindsight, watching the prequels now, I love them. It's so different. They're really good. And then watching the newer Star Wars movies, you kind of like wish George Lucas was back making kind of the somewhat awkward feeling prequels, right? Because compared to the newer stuff, the Disney versions of the Star Wars movies, they were just bland and boring. I don't know. That might just be me though. The 7, 8, and 9, I just couldn't get into it. You know what I'm saying? So yes, Hayden Christensen was weird and awkward, and the lines were corny, and you were just like, how much he hates sand. It gets everywhere. We know. And you were like, oh, it's so cringy. But then you're like, yeah, but compared to the newer stuff, that's just my opinion, though. All right, let's see what you guys said. What did y'all like? Revenge of the Sith. Revenge of the Sith was great. That was a good one. Phantom Menace, your first downloaded movie. And I actually like the Phantom Menace a lot. The newer ones are pretty bad, yeah. Transformers fans? I do like Transformers. I haven't seen all of them because I feel like there's 10 million Transformers movies, but I've seen like the first 3 of them, I think. You think no more move? You think this is the end of the move at this 450 level? I have been scalping this pretty good. This is my one contract. I wonder if we can hold for a breakout. But there really is nothing holding this back. Everything looks solid. All the data looks good. Resilience just took another uptick a second ago, so we got more stocks filling their gaps and looking good here. I look like J.J. Abrams. Really? I guess we have the same color hair and glasses. That does make sense. I'm a big J.J. Abrams fan. But I watched Lost like religiously. That was my favorite show when it was on. It was such a good show. I think the part that I loved most about the prequels, and you guys just had to have been there. I don't know if it was like 1999 or something. I remember being like a junior or senior in high school. But like seeing the previews of Darth Maul when he lightsaber zoom, and then the other side comes out and zoom, everyone was like, oh, what? It was so insane to see it. And everyone was just freaking out. Like it was so much excitement for that movie. I don't think I've ever seen people as excited for a movie at the release. They had all the midnight showings where all the geeky Star Wars peeps were all standing outside at midnight with their lightsabers. And then you go in the theater and everybody's like waving their lightsabers around. This was the era when you would go to GameStop and stay outside at midnight to wait for like Halo 3 to come out, you know, like we used to have so much fun back in the day. Yeah. Making movie noises. The purple lightsaber. Oh yeah. Makes when Samuel L. Jackson's like, yeah, I'll be in your movie, but I want a purple lightsaber. We're like, well, sir, kyber crystals don't come in that color. And he's like, I'm not going to be in the movie unless I get a purple lightsaber. So I had to write it into the lore of Star Wars. So, you know, that's some star power right there to change the whole universal lore to get your own color. That was kind of funny. Today's kids will never know. But I got to tell you, that purple lightsaber is pretty cool looking. All right. I think Powell might be chatting in just a second here. Let's get the I don't want to play the video feed because you guys are probably listening to all your other stuff. But what I like to do, and this is a hint for all you guys, Financial Juice. If you've never used it, I love it. They have a free version and a paid version. It's a news aggregator. I got the paid version, Not affiliated with them whatsoever. It's just I always recommend cool stuff that I use. You got probably a million of you already heard of Financial Juice news aggregator. They take all these different news feeds and plug it into one web page. You can kind of follow everything you follow at once. I've got like Market Watch and CNBC all kind of tunneling into one feed here. I usually let Financial Juice, paraphrase the conversation for me. Anything that comes up in red is usually important stuff. So I got that off to the side, and instead of us listening to Pal together, I'm gonna let him talk, and I'm gonna let Financial Juice tell me what he says. I'm gonna watch on that. But yeah. But the question is, do I want my $500 or do I want to kind of just like walk away? I know Pal's talking. He's probably going to push the market around a little bit. I usually don't like to trade in news. It's kind of safe to not trade into news. It's safe to not trade into events. It's safe to know that volatility could happen and cause some kind of movement into an event. So what I'm going to do is be the biggest wuss in the world. Just kind of, liquidate my positions and just chill to see if anything better happens. I've got a nice little run up leading into a news event. I like to trim and close. And in case Powell moves the market a little bit, I can just always grab a dip and go. But share some of my trades today. I took some losses out the door. I've crawled all the way back to even and now green. I was taking longs. All the indicators are looking good. And no reason for me to not believe that the market's going to keep going. But I like to let events give me that dip I want to buy. Also, I'm at the purple lightsaber. I think it's one of the coolest ones because it's different. Now the market's starting to move. And I think I probably closed out a little early, but that's okay. I'm not complaining. Green is green. I really hate chasing along at the high, and I really hate having exposure into an event or possible news. So what I'm going to do is let this market listen to what's being said. I do like to see it pressing highs right there. It looks really nice. I've been trading all morning. I'm up 2,270 in my funded live account. I'm up across the board and pretty much everything here. Doing pretty good. I'm all about risk management and chilling. So I don't have any desire to take additional risk until I got a good pivot to trade off of. The market makers on Matt's stream. Yep. So we're gonna let Powell talk, and I don't know. Somebody said I exited before the pump. I have a really strict way at which I trade. I maintain roughly 70-80% win rate, and that's actually true. I show my stats on my Twitter if you guys follow me. Why I have such a high win rate is I'm not always trying to ride trades as far as they go or get in like at the high or jump in the high. I always like to buy at a premium, buy at a discount, sell at a premium. I've been riding this up long all day today, and now we're approaching highs of the session, and now Powell's about to talk. So what I do in this moment is I can either take a small position to ride it much higher in case the market does break out, and then allow myself more mobility to long if it dips. But instead, because I'm up so much today, I really have no desire to take a further gamble on a contract or two from what we're seeing with Powell talking. I'd like to let Powell talk and let it create volatility to give me a second opportunity to long. So I do this all the time. In this environment where the news-driven market kind of moves around a lot on any hints or any conversation, I usually let the idea of I'd rather miss out on this last little bump than to be in the trade, go negative, and have to dig my way out. So you have three options, right? In engineering, we call them degrees of freedom. Number one is I can miss out on a long by being flat, but then I can long down here. So the degrees of freedom are like this. Let me actually just kind of tell you without writing them all down. Either A, I can be in a long, I can make a little bit of money, but I can also draw down to here before it bounces. That's the next bounce point. It's roughly 1-to-1. And coin flips, as much as they sound great, I'd rather miss out when the risk and reward are the same. On that note, if I did long and did want to dive in, believing that it's bullish, take some drawdown to buy one more time. do I want to hold 150 points of drawdown? That's a lot. I usually hold about 40, depending, on the environment, maybe sometimes 80 if it's volatile, but 40 is about it. I can buy some micros and then hit some minis. That way I'm covered in both cases. Or I can just wait and then miss out on a move. And then if it falls, and then be the person that gets in at the bottom. Worst case scenario is waiting. I don't lose any of the gains I have. And of course, then I can be more mobile to hit it with a stronger trade at the bottom. I usually do that a lot when it comes to news, is I like say, okay, the market's still very bullish. What do my indicators look like? Okay, my ratio greater than half, check. All my resilience is greater than 0, check. All of my alert lights, green, go, check. Nothing's bad. So the only thing that can make the market turn around without just something changing in the news would be Powell saying something. So if he says something and I get the dip, March to buy. That's basically it. But yeah, that's how I feel. Guys, don't forget to smash that like button if you don't mind. Give us some love with the YouTube algo. But I appreciate y'all coming here every day to hang out with me. Usually, I stream in the mornings on my own channel, and I always come in here and hang out with you guys. And afterwards, I usually stream again. I'm not going to be streaming today after this, but tomorrow I will be. So I love that you guys come and support us here on this channel and supporting MyFundedFutures. And yeah, time for the meeting. Hope we get a rate hike. That would be so alarming to the news if Powell even accidentally says the word rate hike. If he goes, yeah, we're not planning. We might be planning on a few rate hike cuts. I mean, the cuts this year, the market would be like, those algos move pretty quick when he starts talking. You got some Soxel? Hey, man, I hope that's been crushing it today. Everything on the tech side has been kind of moving up. So, your Soxel's been doing really good. I was watching like some of the other chip makers this morning, but up pretty good today. Let's like 116.6%. Wait, is that today? Over yesterday's close? That's not bad. 5-6%. Is that how much it's up? My math wrong? So for me, I like to speculate into the long and then sell like whenever the market's moved. I don't like to just jump in at the high. I could and then finish off this trade, but I want to see if I can get any. Okay, Powell's opening remarks. He's starting to talk. Nothing yet in the news feed. Targets today. Okay, let me show you guys NASDAQ and S&P together. What I like to trade when I have NASDAQ on the left side, futures, I'm going to put QQQ on the right, and I got the stocks at the bottom. I'm watching everything all in one spot. Whenever you see on my chart these boxes off to the side, they're called liquidity pockets. So, in between them. When you see a blank space, always know that we get super excited. These are called liquidity pockets, and liquid markets don't crash. They're like a buffer area, and the market fell into it and still decided to hold. It is the rarest of the rare to fall into this and keep falling. So leave a bull zone and go into a bear zone happens about 1 out of 10 days. It's not happened that often. So I know that at best, I've got this nice little buffer to resist a lot of selling on the worst kind of catalyst. Trump says something, Powell says something. The market could dive into this area. And this is a value area for me to bet on a long, to bet that we close in the same zone we're at. Usually what I do is try to see how far that market can move against me in case of that bad news coming out. And I say, okay, 521.5 on Qs down to 518. That's 30. That's 3.5 points on NASDAQ. Every one is 40. That's roughly 160 points lower. That goes all the way down to 300. So the LP, we call them liquidity pocket, supports at 300. That's the potential loss where the market can dive on a really bad news event to where I could find that first wave of liquid, right? Buyers will be there. And so I don't know if I want to hold that much or even roll the dice for that much, because the distance I want to go to is right at this green line, which is roughly about 580, 120 to lose 160. It's less than 1-to-1. And while I might miss out on that, the opportunity is that I don't like to take trades that the possible risk is more than the reward. And I don't normally have this kind of like huge span range, but because there's an event right now. Normally on my trades, I use a 40-point stop roll on NASDAQ, and I use a 10-point stop roll on the S&P. So even if I were to commit to the trade here, I could still take a 40-point stop to get that much of a run. But that's because I would do that when there's no news or nothing happening where I know the market's just ebbing and flowing. It's not going to jump around crazy without anything to push it. The fact that there is something to push it, it's less than 1-to-1 on where the possible buyers and sellers can be. Therefore, statistically, a terrible idea to take it. Yeah, I might miss out on making a couple more $1,000, but I'm already way up for the day. No real reason to like risk it too much. And S&P is even lower than NASDAQ. The S&P is like 50 points away. And that's that's almost like the session low. So while NASDAQ has support right here, S&P, relatively speaking, is kind of supporting there. Its own liquidity pocket was there. And guys, if you guys are watching me on this stream, you're always going to see the same thing every day. I look for these pockets right here. This is always a good support. If you open above it, you tap below it. I was grabbing longs all day from there. So now that Powell's talking, I've got a couple places to play from. With these lines being good, I've got support all through here as well. This is a new support. But also in a worst case scenario, that's a good support. So I've already taken these longs all day. If the market trickles up and I miss out, that's one thing. But if the market does, fall to support on any comments, I've got a long possible there, a long possible there. And also here. So I got some pretty good strong pivots to play off of all day. These three guys. An upward target from here. We have a little bit more travel left on this. S&P is probably, the upper green line is 77 from here. So 5 points higher. I think it's all up to 595. S&P has a little bit more reward for the risk on this, but it's still kind of in the middle of these two kind of areas of premium and discount. And again, the rule for me is I always buy a discount and sell to premium. All long today, not shorting today. If the market sells off, I'm gladly and safely on the sidelines if that happens. But yeah. Where can I see the news live? With a slight delay, I always use Financial Juice. Again, they have a free service and a paid service, not affiliated with them at all. This is just a cool service that I use. I've used them for about 10 years now. And they'll usually post the video or basically it's an aggregator, which means is that you choose which news feeds you like, and they just pile them all on the one site. It's kind of cool how it works. And then they'll usually give you in your, one of your news feeds will likely throw the video up there. So you can watch the news live or just follow the kind of like Cliff Notes of it. The algo will actually like print out what Powell's saying, or what anybody's saying. It'll kind of like annotate it for you a little bit. All right. What do you guys think? We close higher today? You think we're going to flush? You think the market's doomed to stay in limbo forever? What do y'all think? I want to see what the community thinks today on an end of the day rally or end of the day flush. He said nothing. He's done talking. Nothing happened. How boring. Literally, how boring. Nothing literally came through the news. He had his opening remarks. He talked, what's this, 10 minutes? And he's done. Flat return to VWAP. New low of the day coming. You guys are very much thinking we're getting movement. That's what I'm seeing. A lot of people think we're getting some movement. A lot of people don't know. But the market just feels like it's going to move, right? How does that feel to it? Maybe power hour move. Maybe nothing burger. Yeah. I like to say at the end of all of it, yeah, he's literally done talking. It was like a nothing. It was like a nothing speech. He was talking for what, 10 minutes? Not even 10 minutes, 5 minutes. No, I'm actually talking exactly for like 8 minutes. That's it. And it's over. And it's gone. So absolutely nothing. Make us wait all day in anticipation to not deliver. Come on. Come on, Papa Pal. You got to give us something better than that. But That's cool. As I expected, I didn't think he was going to say anything off the script or do anything to move the market, but just in case something did happen. But after the speech, right here when I closed my position here, and then I think somebody in chat was like, "Look, he closed before the flush." Well, I mean, I'm back to where I would have been anyways, right? We'll try to be smart about playing the news. One thing you guys will learn, and I'll tell you guys this: anytime the market moves very rapidly, I'm talking rapidly. Rapidly up or rapidly down, I don't care. If I'm sitting there and I'm in a trade and all of a sudden random volume comes out of nowhere and the market goes way up in my favor, I always just close out immediately. I don't ever sit there and say, yes, I'm going to ride this to the top or whatever. If I'm in a trade and that big volume comes out and the market goes against me and I take a loss, I do the same thing. I tend to take surprise moves of the market where just something comes out of nowhere. It's the idea that I want to actually avoid those as part of a trading strategy. These big coin flips that move you around might look good on the day that you win, but they're miserable on the day that you lose. A good trick, especially when you're doing trader funding programs, to learn is we call it a wash. You want events to wash in your account. A wash means neutralize. So you want to win half of them and lose half of them. You just don't want to blow up. And the idea that when surprise events happen and the market goes in my favor, out of my favor, I usually close down very quickly as much as I can and stay out of the way. I don't want to see weird volatility on a news event. I just try to stay on the side. And I might win half of them. I might lose half of them. But over the life of the account, they don't dictate the direction of my account. They just kind of neutralize each other. I might say, oh, yeah, that Trump tweet gave me like $3,000 today. I don't celebrate that because I say, well, the next one I'll lose 3. And over the life of the account, you just kind of want them to have zero effect, right? So hopefully that's some good advice for y'all. I don't like to play into the news that much unless I have a very good idea or speculation on what the news event might be, and if I believe Wall Street is under anticipating something. Like the last time we got those inflation numbers and expectations from the Michigan numbers, I thought they were going to be very high because they were high the month before, and we had higher tariffs at that time. So I think that they would come in lower than the expectation, and they did, and I was right. And then I bet on that news, but I very rarely will bet on news unless I have a very good reason to do so. What's up, Luke?
What's up? When I'm here, it means good things are inbound. How's that?
What do you got for us?
Can I interrupt for a second?
You can always interrupt.
All right. We dropped a form in the chat. In said form, as we're entering week 2 with our beautiful Matt. Don't worry. Hold on. Hold your horses. Our beautiful Matt, Coward, and IDOC, Rocket Scooter, Pickles, as a part of the family. We asked what sorts of things would you like Matt to cover more of? Would you like to hear the responses?
Yeah, I actually would like to hear some of the responses.
All right. Number 1 was risk management. Number 2 was psychology. Number 3 was how you develop discipline. And number 4, last but not least, was setups. There are a lot of just general comments about setups.
Okay.
How's that?
I like that. What were some of the memeiest ones? What were some of the funny ones people probably said?
You got a couple that were like, show proof that you're a good trader.
Okay.
Typical. We're used to it. We got, quote, your facial hair is sexy, Matt. How do I grow it like yours? End quote. I'm scrolling through. I don't know. There wasn't that many mean ones. More of Pickles, LOL.
Yeah. That's always a winning choice.
Asking for back tests of what you talk about, sort of similar to the proof thing. I would say that sums it up.
That's good. Those are some good thoughts. I really appreciate the feedback we do here. And I think I'll probably start doing, maybe I'll do, I'll cycle through a bunch of different lessons. I have a ton of stuff to say about all of those things, which is good.
All right.
Tyler's asking for my social security number. All right. I'll make sure to type it in chat. Whoever opens the biggest loan in my name wins. We'll play a contest.
Oh, that's a good one. Wins a free account.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I didn't consider that as an option, but that is a good way to trigger an account giveaway. As a thank you for the feedback, how about we give away some 50K Starter Plus accounts? Wheel is spinning. How many should we do, Matt?
How many should we do?
How many wheel spins?
10.
10? All right, we can do 10. First, you have the Thor. Spin number 2 is en route. See how it builds suspense?
It's really kind of cool. I do like it. The confetti really sells it, Luke. I'm not lying.
Joju. Yeah, I like the confetti as well. And users can win more than once. If it's your birthday and you're feeling really lucky today, I set it up such that you can win multiple times. You know, pads, tablet, pad 5 tablet. At most.
It has like a cool look to it because there's so many different names on it. If you look at the center, it's all like cool and psychedelic looking with all the different colors that are merged at the center of that circle. Kind of has like a little neat look to it.
Currency.
Like what is it called? A kaleidoscope. That's what I was thinking of.
This is number 6 right here. Big. So far, no repeat winners. That means the love is being spread. We're doing spin 7 right now. Celebrate your fellow traders. By Alex. We got 3 more to go, Matt. Getting the chat is feeling lucky. Oh, that's a good username. Captain Jack Sparrow, that's a great username. There's 8 down. We have 2 more to go. Where's it going to land? Rusty. Rusty's won before. Last but not least, one final winner out of the chat. Atmos. The Atmos just won twice.
I thought I heard an Atmos earlier.
That might have been a double bagger.
Yeah. Good job. Good job.
I said it was possible. I didn't think it would happen. Improbable, possible. And how about this, Matt? If we get another 50 subscribers on the channel between now and 10 minutes from now, how about we do another bigger giveaway? Pop one on the screen.
Bigger would be great. I would love bigger is always better. You guys, have y'all not subbed to the channel yet? What's wrong with you? Click that subscribe button. Also turn the notifications on because these guys go live every day. You want to know.
And don't forget, code YouTube gets you 20% off the Starter Plus and Expert resets this week.
Let's go. Yeah, you guys, somebody said moving the goalpost. Hey, we gotta play the algo game here. You guys got to sub to the channel. Come on, give us some love. So, and I'll give you guys another thing. If you give 100, I'll up the ante a little bit. I'll give some good risk management advice today. I'll give a little risk management lesson. I was already giving you guys one about not trading into the news, but I'll give you one more before I close. The market pulling back a little tiny bit. Would you guys like to know about, let's see, risk management? Would you guys like to know about market direction? Would you like to know about position sizing, stop loss philosophy? Would you like to know about how to do cascaded entries like cost basis management or how people got DCAing? What would you guys like to focus on most? I'll give you a really, 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 really cool trick on either one of these topics. Stream ends in roughly 7 minutes. How to full port your account and win every time. That's a great strategy, and you'll win every time. None of the time. Let's see. If you were to DCA, you guys like the idea? Okay, DCA is kind of going. Okay. Now, if DCA is sometimes allowed, sometimes not allowed, depending on where you're trading or what you're trading. In a real futures account, you have freedom to do whatever you want. Some prop firms, you're not allowed to add to a loser. But in general, DCAing is not It's seen as a martingale if you're just longing at a red and throwing more at it and throwing more at it and throwing whatever and ultimately winning. But in my world, as a full-time trader outside of prop world in my regular accounts, it's very crucial to my strategy to have multiple entries in a trade. As an example, is I have some really good setups on my screen. Here's one. This little place to this little place happens roughly 90% of the time when these lights are green and this ratio is greater than half. That's great odds. That's like going to blackjack and you see a jack face up with the card down. You have a high probability of blackjack. But also at this little blue line right here, the same thing kind of happens if this blue line is above zero about 80% of the time. So now I've got two hands sitting by each other at a blackjack table. I'm actually walking up and the cards are already dealt. The dealer says, sit down and have a game. You think, and you can go, well, can I play both of them? And I don't see why not. You just play both hands and you can bet on each one of them. So I have two high probability pivots. I would like to bet at each one of them. Because they both have a high probability, I don't try to put all my eggs in an either or basket. I like to trade at both of them. So a couple of tricks is that anything I have that happens much more than 70% of the time, I'm likely going to hold to the next pivot, like long and then long again at the next pivot, because they both have a chance to bounce for different reasons. And because I know I have two really high probable pivots, I can trade at both of them. And I have to do a little bit of math before I get in to see how much risk I want to take. If I look at the distance between them for a SPY, for an example, this is about 10 points ES of distance. That's not really that bad. And one way that you're going to have to do this is get really good at your head at multiplying by 40s and 10s. NASDAQ is going to run in batches of 40 points a piece, and S&P is going to run in batches of 10. Every 1 point on SPY is 10 points ES. Every 1 point QQQ is 40 points on NASDAQ futures. So when I'm looking for a 1 point difference in SPY, that's about a 10 point difference in ES. The other thing you have to memorize besides the 10 and 40 is that every 10 points, a contract on S&P makes you 500, and every 10 points on the NASDAQ, a contract makes you 800. Those of you with trader funding programs like MyFundedFutures or any of the ones out there, your trailing drawdowns or end of the day drawdowns are usually within the range of a couple $1,000s or less. You're kind of locked into like maybe 1 to 2 contracts maxed out before you start hitting those stop losses of that much there. So now I know I got maybe 2 contracts to play with and 2 possible entries. And instead of doing 1 to 2 E-minis, why don't I just break this down even further and do 10 to 20 micros so I can further divide this up and play this a little better. Because I have maybe 20 micros max to not hit my drawdowns and also play a hand that's 10 points apart, I could put maybe 5 micros there, and losing 10 is only $250. See what I told you? Multiplying by 50s and 40s is very quick. As a trader, just learn how to multiply by 10s, multiply by 40s, and then 500s and 800s. You're going to get used to doing the math, but it becomes helpful because when you're doing risk to reward, and if you want to do DCAing, you always have to know how much risk you're going to take on your first trade. My first entry, my second entry, there's a stop below the second. 10 points down here. 5 micros, losing 20 points is $500 worth of loss. And I would put the other 15 on the edge here. I like to enter my second position sometimes twice or 3 times bigger than the first one because they're both high probable pivots. And then I put my stop right underneath that. The bigger position has less travel than the smaller position does. And therefore, this one can lose 500. This one can lose, this is 15 on 10, which is 750. And then my net total loss on this trade is 1250, which is really not that bad if my drawdown is 2000 for the day. Therefore, I can long and stop. And if this one takes off, I make something with small. If this one falls to here and breaks even at the point that I lost the support, I could still close out at a profit. Or if it breaks up above the high, I could still close out for a profit. Because I stagger my position like this, I profit if I break even to my initial starting point. I profit if I go above here. And my break-even point is roughly 1/4 of the way between those two distances because this is 5 and 15. My first position is 1/4 of the size of the total. So therefore, my break-even is 1/4 of the distance between there and there. Cost dollar averaging is very crucial in a real trading account because but it doesn't mean I'm adding as I'm losing. I'm only playing 2 really strong hands, but I mitigate the risk by making my first position very small and my second position bigger. And hopefully that helps you guys see a lot of what I do. You may see me do trades like this. It's not always adding to a loser. This guy's a scrub. No, trust me, if you add to a loser with no plan, you're a scrub for sure. It's two really strong pivots, and I know the market's random, which one do I want? I'll take both of them. And so a good DCA strategy means you need to identify two really strong pivots. They need to be close enough that it's okay to hold that risk. And your first position needs to be small enough so that your bigger stop takes a half position. Losing 10 points on 2 E-minis is the same thing as losing 20 points on 1 E-mini. Think about it like that. And you're always doing the math in your head of, will that overall position lose my account or hit my stop loss for the day? In this particular instance, 2,000 was the example that I gave you, and that trade was totally fine to take, right? So I'm always looking for opportunities like that. Where would I long and where would I long again if possible, right? So hopefully that makes sense, right? There's a little lesson in the session. But yeah, I always like, I tell traders this, that picking the market direction is not really the right candle strategy, the right, whatever pattern strategy. It's not really the secret to making money as a trader. Anybody can make money trading, randomly longing the market if they do this one thing. And this one thing is not lose money trading and also managing your position. This is the most important thing you do. You could randomly long and randomly short and do just fine if you have proper risk reward ratios and risk management strategy. Dollar cost averaging is part of a bigger risk management strategy, but it is a good one. It's not a terrible one if you know what you're doing. I do it all the time. I never just add to a loser. When my stop hits, I'm out no matter what. I never add to get back to break even. That psychology is not something you don't want to spiral down into that hole. But the trick to being a good trader is all that stuff you saw me do. That's really the art form you want to practice. You're doing the math. How much I'm going to win? How much I'm going to lose? Where can I enter again? And that's really the skill set of the trader, not like, I wonder if my bull flag's going to break up. I'm going to go to the moon today and I'll just sell whenever I make some money. And you start to think about it and you probably are like, you know what? I know he's he's kind of like joking around right now, goofing off, but he's like, that's kind of what I do, right? I kind of just long and hope I make some money. And you realize that the professional or the really good traders, they're always doing like tiny math in their head. It's not like crazy math. It's like adding and subtracting, how much you're going to make, how much you're going to lose.
Yes. Algebra.
You know what I mean? It's like
small. When I was trading, my friends were always so impressed by how quick I was at simple math. Percents, multiplication, division, what's 8% of this number, all that. Yeah.
Yep. Knowing how much 10 points in the S&P is going to lose you per contract, or 40 points in NASDAQ will lose you per contract, being able to count like how much money you're going to lose and always keep a tally of that, because in reality, that's where you're busting your accounts. You should always say, you know what, this trade that I'm in, if it hits my stop loss, I'm going to blow up my account. And then you have to say, am I okay with that? No, I'm not. Okay, size down. And constantly adjusting your positions really is kind of the key to doing very well at this. It really is. All right, they need the code because somebody has to go to the bathroom. You can't rush greatness. Gee, shoot. Patience is a virtue, my friend.
Well, Matt,
Luke is here now.
You'll be back in 23 hours?
I believe so.
So users should subscribe now. Users should purchase using code YouTube for 20% off resets or 50% off new accounts if they've never been with us before. Correct? And how about I pop one last code on the screen? $15 of you are going home with expert accounts, not just the Starter Plus, the expert accounts. Fewer rules for those of you who need a little bit more command. Code is on the screen now. And with that, our 4.5 hours of streaming comes to an end. And I will see all of my friends. That's you. If you're out there, you're one of my friends. And Matt, tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern sharp, we'll be here.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all coming out.